No.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting of the Horn Lake Board of Aldermen to order. Thank you, everyone, for coming out tonight. And sorry for the cramped quarters, but they're having a trial, so we have no access to the boardroom this evening. At this time, I'd like to ask Alderman Bledsoe to please have our invocation.
Bow your head, please. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for the beautiful day we had today. And thank you for Horn Lake, and thank you for everybody that works here, and thank you for all the participants that volunteered and helped us at the rodeo. It was a great thing, and Lord, as long as we do things in your name, we can't go wrong, and help Horn Lake get better and better. And thank you again for all the citizens in Horn Lake that we're growing bigger and bigger. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Alderman. Would you please stand to join the Pledge of Allegiance led by Alderman David Young?
And salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. That really sounded good. Mr. Jim, is Miss Julie here, and you're going to be calling the roll?
I will be, sir.
Please, sir, if you would.
Alderman Klein.
Here.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Here.
Alderman Geis.
Here.
Alderman Bostic.
Here.
Alderman Johnson.
Here.
Alderman Dupree.
Present.
Alderman Young.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum. Everybody's here, so we have an official meeting. All right, first item on the agenda is the vote on the municipal docket. Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Geis.
I make a motion to approve the municipal docket.
We have a motion by Alderman Geis. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Bledsoe. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree. Alderman Young.
Aye.
All right. Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Number 2 on the agenda is the consent agenda. Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Bostic.
make a motion to approve the consent agenda items A through K.
We have a motion by Alderman Bostic. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Young. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Aye. Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Number 3 is the claims docket. Do we have a motion?
Mayor,
Alderman Geis.
make a motion to approve the claims docket, general fund, $311,185.27. The library fund, $2,349.36. The economic development fund, $933.32. The utility fund, $139,719.81, for a total docket of $454,187.76.
We have a motion by Alderman Geis. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Dupree. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. It's nice to see a claims doctor for less than $1 million. Thank you, everybody, for keeping it down. All right. Special guest, Mr. Sinkfield.
That'd be me.
Well, come forward, please, sir, if you would.
Yes, sir.
I think I asked you once before. Did you have some kin folks who went to Horn Lake High School?
I did. You were actually my Mississippi Studies teacher at South Haven.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's,
I remember.
God bless you.
You look a little different now than you did.
A little more gray hair this time. But, my neighborhood is affected by the, water service line replacement project that's going on. I've got some concerns that J&J Services has left things incomplete. They're not held to like index standards on some of the erosion control measures. You know, I sent an email, I copied you, I copied my alderman. You know, we had inlets that were blocked with debris, some obvious signs of silt, gravel, you know, heading towards our storm drain inlet. You know, it can clog these things, cause flooding, it's an issue. So, is anyone from Neil Schaefer here?
That's Mr. Malavasi, right over there, Mr. Sinkfield.
Okay. Well, since I sent that email, some things have happened. They cleaned the inlets, which is good, but, they've essentially just dammed the inlets with sandbags, which essentially just causes the blockage that we're trying to prevent. You know, more reasonable detail in my line of work would be a wattle, coconut mats, things like that to allow water to pass and filtering out debris. You know, I don't think that's an adequate, you know, response to that type of issue. Also, there are trenches approximately every 30 feet through the entire neighborhood. And they've been filled with gravel, which is an okay temporary situation, but that gravel washes out really easily. It ruts really quickly. We're in the rainy season, so, you know, very quickly, these trenches rutted, and we've got several inches of drop every 25 feet. We've got gravel everywhere. We've got, you know, kids riding bicycles, kids running around the street trying to play. It's totally an unacceptable condition. I would never leave a job like that. You know, I'm also in the general contracting world. You know, I understand what's acceptable, but I also know that the asphalt plants in this area stopped producing asphalt the week of December 16th. So I spoke to Vince on the phone. You know, we were discussing whether this project would be considered substantially complete without these trenches being paved. He agreed that it would not. So I wanted to come to this meeting and ask if the intention of J&J Services, the contractor in question, was to have these trenches paved before December 16th. Their contract was executed on August 1st with a scheduled timeline of 180 days. So that means January 28th. Every calendar day beyond January 28th is, you know, going to accrue $500 a day in liquidated damages. And especially considering the way that they've handled this project, I would expect them to be held accountable for that. You know, they've left our neighborhood in disrepair. We're just across the street. You know, I encourage anyone that might question what I'm saying to drive through the neighborhood. So,
All right, yes, sir. Did you have anything else, Mr. Sinkfield?
that's really all I had on that, but if I could.
You have to address the board.
Okay.
Because before we go on to your next thing, then, if you've completed that, which sounds horrible, if anybody on the board had any questions or comments for Mr. Sinkfield. Alderman Johnson.
I have spoken, good evening, everyone. I have spoken with him on this issue, and I agree with him. It is totally unacceptable driving through there. And we spoke about this the last time at our last meeting with Mr. Vince, and I've also spoken with him. He was going to update the public on the issue tonight as well, so we can get to the bottom of what's going on and know more about the process of what's going to happen or what's in the plans.
Before I ask Mr. Vince, does anybody else on the board have anything? Mr. Vince, could you address those issues for us, please, sir?
Yes, so, the issues that he's talking about, trenches across the street, obviously, everywhere we replaced a water service line, they dug the trench, across the street, obviously installed that water line. Now, it does cause, quite a bit of disruption, especially, you know, a little bit in the yards, and throughout the street. And what the contractor is doing is he's laying, so many of those lines crossing the street, and then he's filling it up with, granular material, crushed stone. And that's kind of a temporary measure until they get it paved. They'll go back and pave those areas that have been excavated. So right now, it is a mess, and especially with all this rain we've had, it's really caused some issues. But as of recent, and I say recent, this past week or so, we've spoken, and I've spoken to Alderman Johnson. We have called his attention to say, look, you've got to stop and get things cleaned up, and that's what he's starting to do. He's starting to add more. He's going in there and grading those trenches and putting more gravel where needed, and more crushed stone where needed. Because that's going to be a continuous maintenance issue the whole time we have this contract going until he pays. Now the good thing is he has started paving. They started paving today, and so I don't know exactly what the schedule is for each street at this point. I do know he's starting to pave those, and should be getting most of those paved before. Hopefully all of them before. Well, he won't be all of them because he won't be finished putting all the service lines in until somewhere around mid-February or so. But before December, the shutdown with the plants, I'm sure he'll have most everything that's open now should be paved over.
Alderman Dupree.
Is it the same company that's working on Twin Lakes project? Laying the,
No, sir. No.
it's a different one. So, I call Stephen quite often about the divots that's come out, when you're trying to get out of the subdivision onto Mill Road.
Yeah.
And they do come out and fix it. Do you have an estimate? Yeah. So, do you have an estimated time that they're gonna get through with the Mill Road project? And the 301?
The Mill Road project, I'm trying to think of the exact completion date. I don't know the exact date, but I can tell you where they are. They pretty much laid all the line, got everything done. The only thing they haven't done is tie in their service lines. That being said, I would assume that in the next month or so, they would pretty much be complete with that project. And hopefully they'll start the paving here soon, because that's been open for quite a while.
Right, that's, was my assumption that, they were gonna pave after all the lines are in.
Right.
So, I'm hoping that comes to.
Oh, yeah, well, they're gonna get it paid. It's just about, we can't, you can put in means methods and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
He's got a time frame to finish that contract, like Jerry mentioned earlier, he's got to finish by that date. And so, how he does that, we can encourage him to go ahead and get the paving done as soon as possible, but it's kind of his own, call as far as how he constructs that project.
Okay, thank you.
So based on your remarks, you're trying to solve the problems Mr. Sinkfield has pointed out. Because I know him, and I know he's not prone to exaggeration, although it's been a long time since I saw him. But you're taking steps right now to rectify the problems over that Mr. Sinkfield was talking about.
Yes, sir. Contractor's on top of those. Like I said, he's filling in those existing ditches with the crushed limestone. He's also started paving today. That's the final. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Mr. Sinkfield, I think did you have anything else, sir?
My last comment would be, who is responsible for the oversight that allowed it to get the condition that it was in? Because nothing was happening until I started making phone calls, and I went and got the contract documents from the newspaper, and I started to make a commotion about it. So, as soon as I started making phone calls, my yard was repaired. No one else on my street. And, they came and they cleaned up the inlets, but, that's a pretty considerable issue to let go unchecked. I mean, it seems like there was no quality control involved. So.
I think, if I understand it correctly, the contractor, of course, Neil Schaefer oversees the project. But I think they were trying to reach a stage where they can come in there and kind of do everything at one time. That's the way I understand it. Is that correct, Mr. Vince?
Yes, sir. To a point, that's correct. They wanted to get, a little ahead of themselves as far as the trenching goes before they come back and get a paving crew in there.
Did you have anything you want to say, Mr. St. Phil?
Sure. you know, you can look through your email. I did copy you on that
Right,
email.
yes, sir.
Ms. Johnson has this email. You know, I sent pictures of the inlets that were totally caked over, as obvious signs of silt leading up to it. That shouldn't happen. It is a risk for my home, you know, all the homes in that neighborhood. You know, these disturbed areas of the yard were not final graded as noted in the drawings. I mean, they were noted correctly. I can agree with most everything that is inside the drawings. They just were not held to that standard. And that's my main issue. But, you know, I am pleased to hear that they've started paving today. And, you know, my concern was if it was not done before the week of the 16th, that we would be in these conditions until March of next year. So that is my main reason for being here today.
That's a very good point, Ted. So y'all are getting on top of getting J&J to clean up all this mess?
Yes, we are, and up until we had these recent rains, you know, I guess they kind of let them slide a little bit as far as the inlet stuff. So, but now we got these rains, things started getting out of hand, and that's why they step up with those inlet protection. Now, I will check, make sure you got the right type of inlet protections there, because there are, you know, there's a certain type of material you use to do that with. And, sandbagging or whatever he's doing is not appropriate, so we'll double check that.
And you're checking on everything, not just Mr. Sinkfield's yard, but all the other, areas affected by this project.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Sinkfield, do you have anything else?
That's all I have. Thank you.
Anybody on the board? Alderman Johnson.
Mr. Vance, can you make sure that their yards are checked to be sure?
Yes, ma'am, and I'll add something about the yard, because we had it set up to side these yards. And so that's the final stage we want to give him now. Between now and whenever he finishes, what he's decided to do, he asked us if it was okay if he seeded that area.
Okay.
And then once he gets started, he'll come back and site it in the spring.
Gotcha. Yes, sir.
And we said that would be fine, because we don't want to cause any risk on his part, putting it down and having to do it again.
Okay.
So.
Okay, so they're seeding it and then they'll go sod it in the spring. Okay.
And that's why we did his yard, is because he specifically asked to get done now, so.
Yes, sir.
Get that 1 yard.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else? All right, the next one is a public hearing.
I assume so, but we probably should ask the planning director if it was noticed this morning.
Okay. Mr. Hockensmith, was there a notice in the paper about a public hearing on the next item on the agenda?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
1 week, 2 weeks?
Everything's 15 days.
Yeah, yes, right.
All right, we're moving on now to number 5 in the planning department, which is now a public hearing. I declare open. Mr. Hockensmith, you have the floor, sir.
All right, so we have case number 2024-045. So the applicant is requesting approval for a PUD in which the primary land uses consist of 278 lots for single-family homes, along with common open spaces that include a system of walking trails. And so this proposed PUD tonight is simply replacing the previous PUD that exists. And so I think the best way to go about this case, I'll note that everybody has a physical copy of the packet, and everybody was also emailed a PDF version of this packet. And the Sage Creek booklet here is the PUD, so everything in this booklet, once passed, becomes adopted as the PUD provisions. And tonight, this can get passed with any revisions that are necessary, but they have to be noted when it gets adopted. Just make a motion to pass that, but with condition on this, this, and this, if that's what you so choose. So for the staff comments, have that, planning staff agrees that this proposed PUD will be better than the previous one and will result in more homes sold. Other than a park, this proposed development for carefully placed single-family homes appears to be the best use for these parcels of land due to the topography of the hills and the intermittent creeks. And but this development contains many of the elements and goals that a park typically would have, such as nature conservation and outdoor recreation, and walking, running, and biking trails and greenway systems typically boost property values around them. And so the same trend is expected here with this neighborhood, making this neighborhood design more desirable than what has been proposed in many other neighborhoods in Horn Lake. Furthermore, this developer is including sidewalks on both sides of every street and cul-de-sac, which further increases the safety and desirability of each lot. The developer increased the proposed street width in the new PUD to exceed the regulations in the current International Fire Code regarding the safe and desirable coexistence of on-street parking and efficient traffic flow, meaning this new PUD is better for the movement of emergency vehicles throughout the neighborhood. Additionally, as far as what is placed inside the residential lots, the planning staff didn't want to get into dictating what that square footage would be, so we just agreed with the developer on letting the free market determine what the desirability of the floor plans and the square footage of the homes would be. And so the developer has demonstrated to us that the free market is indicating that this proposed plan and its components is what consumers are searching for, and that it'll greatly help Horn Lake grow in a positive direction. All the details of the PUD are in that booklet. It would take forever to read the whole thing, so we're confident that everybody received it and read it. If anyone has questions, we do have it in our, we can pull it up on the screen if anyone wants to look at the pages in it.
Y'all like it on the screen?
I think it's the next document.
I think you're talking, okay, the audience might appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay. But that concludes the presentation. If anyone has any questions, the applicant is here and I can also answer questions.
Alderman Dupree.
So the proposed square footage is what?
So, it says in here, and I'm gonna word it carefully because, the minimum heated square footage of any single family home will be 1,475 square feet. And the areas are exclusive of open porches, garages, and basements.
Does it include gutters? Because we missed that on Ravenwood, the new section of Ravenwood. There are no gutters in those. I don't want
That'll be, yeah, we can ask the applicant for that.
Also, you said the free market, y'all are gonna let the free market determine the square footage of the home. Well, the free market is not us. This board set a standard of 1,700 square foot, 1,800 square foot.
Yes, sir. We were just saying that the planning department wasn't going to put in a number to then be decided.
Right, well,
So
I
the board
don't
can
wanna,
do that, but
yeah, I don't wanna cause a big stink or anything, I really don't. But before you or the developer comes up with a number, you should go by what this board has set forth before you do anything. We have an 1,800 square foot limit, minimum. And that should be brought up first.
where's the 1,800 square
It's in
foot?
the minutes. This board, we come up with it 2 years ago with 1,800 square foot minimum.
Yes, sir, I understand, but the applicant submitted this to replace the previous one. So this request is to replace what y'all determined last time.
So 1,800 square foot?
Whatever was passed last time, this is being requested to replace that.
He has to present to the board what the applicant requested to present to the board. he's not the one deciding the square footage. He has to present to the board what the applicant requested.
Okay,
Yeah, he can't determine that.
right, well, what I was saying is, no one can see that except us.
That's right.
And when will that be brought up?
Right now.
Okay.
It's here.
Well, I was just a little confused because I don't know why we would let somebody come in and tell us, this board, what they're gonna do outside of what our rules are in the minutes.
Well, Andrew has no choice. When they make it, he has to present to the board.
I understand that. So what they should do, in my opinion, is come before us and ask us to reduce the square footage.
That's what they're doing now.
Okay. All right, well, so are you the one I spoke with?
Yes, sir.
Thursday? Okay. So our minimum is 1,800 square foot. And what we were talking about, you're talking about the market on the phone. What do you propose to start building?
I would like to start building in 2025
In 2025?
and continue what we've done in Willow Point, phase 3.
Okay. Now, when we spoke, we were talking about the square footage of what it would cost to build a home today. Now, in 2025, in the middle of 25, that cost will go down because inflation's going to go down. By history speaking, history repeats itself. In 2025, late 2025, what have you? What it would cost to build a 1,400 square foot home. Now, you could build a 1,700 square foot home then, when you proposed to start building at that time. So I don't see, I mean, we were talking about 2x4s, 2x6s, all the materials. When in 2020 was here, you could buy a 2x4, let's just use that for instance. You could buy a 2x4 for $1.98. Now they're $5. Even though you get a discount because you buy it, but it doesn't cover the cost of what it would cost now, what it would cost then. It will be cheaper to build a 1,700 square foot home than it is a 1,400 square foot home right now. After we got off the phone, I called some other folks that were in the building world, and they all agreed with me. I mean, we're talking big time realtors. So, in my opinion, I don't want to back up from what we have already said.
That's fair.
Okay.
Can I speak on that?
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Okay, so I would disagree with that statement.
I know you would. You
Um,
want to make the money. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would disagree with that statement because for multiple reasons. One, today the cost of a 1,475 square foot home is $277,000. That is a fantastic 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home for many families to live in. Many, not just one rare occurrence of a family that needs a 3-bedroom home. There are many, many families that are needing 3-bedroom homes and want the ability to afford a new home, not a used 20-year-old home. There's a $277,000 home at today's market rate interest. Market rate interest is $2,300 a month. At market rates, we buy them down to $1,900.
You're talking about
buy
today,
down
right?
1.5 to almost 2 points to get that interest rate to where more people can afford these homes. But $1,900, $2,300 payment, that is not a small amount of money by any stretch. And if any family has a car note, 1, 2 car notes, God forbid you have 2, you won't qualify.
you make under $100,000 a year. So if a police officer in Horn Lake and a Horn Lake school teacher were married and they have a family in Horn Lake, and if they have one car note, they're going to be hard pressed to be able to qualify for that 1,475 square foot home. So before you make the assumption that things are going to get cheaper, they would have to get gravely cheaper. And I do not see materials falling to that rate. So if you want to look at affordability from the aspect of materials, okay, let's assume materials were to go down. Interest rates are still high. They're not going to go down but a few points. I wouldn't imagine that they would ever fall less than 10%. But I don't feel that that's going to happen. I think things are going to go up.
Oh, no.
My philosophy is that if we have the new administration in office and the presumption is that interest rates are to fall, demand will increase and pricing could increase with that. So I don't ever want to assume that it's going to be the downside of this. Now, to speak on that, we've just built 89 homes in Willow Point. 89 homes in 18 months. Of those 89 homes, even though there's only a 1,400 square foot minimum in Willow Point, of those 89 homes, we chose, the free market decided that they wanted those 1,774 square foot homes. 50% of the 89 homes are nearly your 1,800 that you're looking for. But for the families that couldn't afford that 1,800 square foot home, we had another option available. It still allowed them to move out of that apartment or move up from that 30, 40, 50, 60-year-old home that they're living in Horn Lake. And many of them moved within Horn Lake. They're residents of Horn Lake, they've moved in. And that was probably 15%, roughly. And on top of that, these are good, hardworking families within your community that want these homes. Of those 89 that we've sold in the past few years, we have accounted for 56% of your new home sales. 56% of new home sales at Horn Lake have been in Willow Point. The free market is telling me we need more of this product because this is what's desirable. It's single family living. It's not two-story. Your bedrooms aren't separated from your kids. You're right near them. They can come to you. They don't have to crawl the stairs. There's no danger in that. It is a good 2-car garage, 3-bedroom home, and only 20% of what that community in Willow Point were 1,475.
Well, who would want
The
to?
other 20% were 16, 18 square feet. So this minimum is just to allow for people to even consider the opportunity.
The time you're going to build, if somebody wants a 1,400 square foot home, 1,800 square foot home for basically the same price, which one would they go for? 1,800.
Do you understand that is a $50,000 swing? An 1,800 square foot home.
Let me interrupt a minute because I neglected. Could you give your name and address for the
Yes,
minutes,
sir.
please?
Absolutely. Sorry.
This would be a good time for everybody to calm down a little bit too.
Ryan Vargo, 4150 Summers Place Drive, Olive Branch, Mississippi. So.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Where was I? So there's a $50,000 price gap.
Right now.
Today.
Okay. But
Between
not when you start to build.
Between a 1,475 square foot home and an 1,800 square foot home. That is a massive swing, massive price swing. That knocks out many of the families in your community. We're assuming things that can't be assumed. I mean, that's like saying the stock market's going to go up by 100% by the end of next year, or fall 100% or 50% by the end of next year.
And we can only follow history.
So, well.
All right, I'm not going to go any further with you. I've already said my piece. I see where it's going. I'm going to stick my grounds with what this board has laid down, the ground rules on that, and that's what I'm sticking with.
Thank you.
Is anyone else on the board? Want ladies to go first?
Ladies first.
Alderman Johnson.
How are you? So how many homes, and I know it's in our packet, how many homes are you planning to build?
Currently 278 homes in this community.
278. So 20% of that 278 would be how many homes at 1,400 square feet?
Do the math, call it 50. Let's call it 50, yeah. that's
About 50
perfect.
homes out of the 278.
Correct. And that's based on the actual data that we produced in Willow Point. And if things do get cheaper, guess what? And people can afford to build a bigger home, we will offer bigger homes. We'll offer larger homes than 1,800 square feet.
Yeah.
If the market can afford it and absorb it.
So is Willow Point your first development?
In Horn Lake, yes.
So is this your first time doing, or was that your first time doing a subdivision with mixed housing like that?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Most of our projects are mixed housing sizes. You want to offer, not all families need a 4, 5, 6 bedroom home. What we offer the range between 3 and 5 bedroom.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Alderman Guy.
Yeah, I have a question for Andrew first. You said in your email to us and in this meeting that what they're presenting today is better than what was presented to us previously. So what are the changes besides the square footage?
So one of them was the street. This kind of goes against a lot of planning principles because a lot of places are shifting towards smaller streets, but we widened the street. That way you could have on-street parking without fire and ambulance hitting cars on the street. And some other neighborhoods, one of the biggest headaches we have, and one that can back me up on this, putting up the no on-street parking signs just makes everybody upset. Neighbors calling code on each other, and you're going to have people, friends and family come over, so you have to have on-street parking. You need enough space for fire apparatus to move through efficiently. And what I was kind of referring to at the same time was, this is compared to other neighborhoods. We're going to have sidewalks on both sides, which, all the studies show that putting sidewalks on both sides of every street increases property values. It makes every lot with sidewalks more desirable for families with kids. So the kids are riding bikes and running on the sidewalks instead of out in the street. And then required tree on every lot behind the sidewalk, which some neighborhoods didn't have. And then the running trail included as an amenity, which a lot of the previous neighborhoods that were built, somehow the developers just got away with having an empty lot, which counted as the common open space or the amenity. And so with this development, I think for once we're actually going to get an amenity and common open space that was truly the intention of what these other neighborhoods should have built. So what we were referring to was it's going to be safer, and you're going to have shaded, natural.
So it's not better than what they presented to us previously. It's better than other subdivisions.
Well, this one is better than what they previously submitted, but we also think this is better than, honestly, all the other neighborhoods that I've seen come through the planning department.
Because if I remember right, this one, we talked about the size of the houses. There was 2 builders at that time with 2 different plans, and we didn't like one and we liked the other. We talked about allowing hardy board and some other things which were different. We all liked the nature trails, all of that. That was great, and none of that has changed, has it?
More of it.
Yeah,
Now,
'cause
y'all can
that's
correct me
because
if
of
I'm wrong, but
festivals.
I know they
Yeah.
tweaked the architectural standards to make it more to your liking. I believe, they put in there the roof pitch that was desired, the
front
brick,
porch.
the brick on the side,
Right, the porch.
the porches.
So, you know,
Yeah.
so my, yeah, but, you know, so that's my question. When you mention it's better, you know, to me, a bigger house is better, but that doesn't, you know, with the widening of the streets, if you know Willow Point, it's a problem. When you first go in off of Goodman, you're dodging all the traffic. Where they added on this next section of Willow Point, those roads appeared to be wider, there's sidewalks, the lots are bigger, so the houses aren't all up together. But there are no trees that I see in the front yards, so that's good that they've added that into this section. Because that was something I was gonna ask about. On the other side, I live in Holly Grove. And there's actually only one Holly Grove there. The other ones are different subdivisions that advertised off of that. And we got bigger lots. Baker's Acres is added on the other side. Those are bigger houses and they seem to be, they may not be selling as fast, but they're selling with bigger lots. So what size lots are these compared to what's in the new Willow Point and in Baker's Acres?
They're smaller.
They're smaller.
Excuse me, sir, could you give your name?
I'm sorry, I'm Paul Frazier, TFMT Holdings. I'm the developer.
Okay, so the ones in this new section will be smaller than the new ones, and the ones you've already built in Willow Point?
Yes, sir.
Willow Point.
Yeah, Willow Point, the
No,
ones
not Willow, I'm sorry.
I know they'll be smaller than Baker's Acres and
Yes,
Holly
yes,
Grove.
that's exactly right.
Yeah, okay, so I'm not under that delusion, but
There's a breakdown on page 3.
are they the same size as what you've been doing in Willow Point currently, or a little bit bigger?
Well, it depends on area A, B, C, and D. Area, I got lot size at 7,500 square feet.
So
For A, B, C, and D.
So what are they in the Willow Point that you're building now?
I think they're the same. I think they're around 8,000 square feet, 8,200 square feet.
So these would be a little smaller or the same?
They're about the same. I mean, we're talking about a 200 to 400 square foot difference, if I'm not mistaken. Henry's got it booked.
This is Henry Porter with W.H. Porter, he's the engineer.
Thank you, sir. You got that, Mr. G?
Yes.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, they're 7,500 square feet.
Sir?
7,500.
Thank you, sir.
So they're 7,500 as well? Okay, so it'd be, these house designs will they be the same house designs in Willow Point?
That's the intent, yes. Been so successful.
Also, you mentioned only a small percentage is the lower amount.
Correct.
What would prevent you from saying market value says we need small for all of it and make them all smaller?
Well,
Yeah, I know people, you know, you can't guarantee what anybody's gonna do.
That's right.
I know that. You know, we came up with a minimum for a reason because this city is full of starter homes and smaller homes, while the other cities get the bigger homes. So in the past, people have started here, then moved out to another city, bought a bigger home, and then rental property came in and took those smaller homes. And I know as a builder, you guys can't determine what happens once it's sold. I know that. But, you know, when I get calls from the public saying that they're afraid of that occurring, that is a concern to all of us. You know, so I guess this might be a question for Mr. Campbell. Is there any legal basis to set a minimum number of the houses that can be at that smaller amount.
Yeah, you could put those percentages or require them to have it in their master development plan for their PUD.
And then should the market tank or whatever, they would have the ability to come back and request a change.
Yeah, just like they're doing today.
They will start and go and come back.
You know, and also a little history on Holly Grove, the original plan, the city annexed us. And the original plan, when they sold us our houses, were, well, this whole area is gonna be big houses and big lots. Well, you know, you believe what you're told. Well, one day we're riding four-wheelers out in the field there, and I find all these pipes not 50 feet apart from each other, and I'm like, what is this? Well, I get to checking, it's supposed to be patio homes with no garages, just slabs. So by then the city had annexed us, and the homeowners association came up here, and we argued and fought, and we got it to where bigger houses connected to us, and it got smaller as it went toward Goodland, as a compromise on that. And you know, I don't see anything wrong with what you've developed in that section already. It looks nice. You know, of course, it's new. You know, we don't know what's going to happen in 20 or 30 years, but, you know, they look like good quality homes. And I do like the design of this subdivision, the parks, the trails, and all that stuff. But my concern, again, is if it fills with all the smaller homes, eventually those people will move out, and then what happens? So, you know, I'm not opposed to some of these homes being a little bit smaller, but I am opposed to a whole subdivision of almost 300 homes potentially being small.
And we are as well.
So that's my concern. And you know, we were at least I was very happy with what you guys presented before. I know things change, and we can't guarantee what's going to happen, but thank you for answering that question.
Yes, absolutely. And on that note, really, there's a couple of things to speak on that.
Yes.
One, if we create a good sense of community, we hope that it's a place people don't want to leave. That's the goal, right? The walking trails, for the parks, all the amenities provide the sense of community that everybody desires, and we hope that it's a place no one has to leave. In today's world, this financial craziness that we're living in, one could say that might not necessarily be a first-time home or a first home. That concept of a second or a third or a fourth home is getting further and further out of reach, simply due to the cost of living today. So this may be their first home purchase, and it could very well possibly be their last, just simply due to cost. And we have no idea. We don't have a crystal ball, but we would hope that things get improved. If it does improve, our original intent back in 2021 was to build 1,800 to about 2,200 to 2,400. That would be a $330,000 to $400,000+ home, and that payment today would be anywhere between 2,600 or 2,600 all the way up to 3,300. So that's a
Crazy.
It is great.
I've got another question, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
For Andrew, maybe you can answer. What's the average size home that's selling in DeSoto County?
I do not have those stats.
We don't have the average square footage of homes in the county. What I may have is the average square foot of your active MLS listings.
The ones on the market?
Yes, sir. And that would be about 1,700 square feet. Judging by this, I'm seeing new builds around 2,000 and resales around 1,652. So that'd be 1,700 to 1,750 square feet.
Anybody else? Alderman Bostic, did you have your hand?
He asked.
All right. Alderman Klein.
Well, also to follow up on that, I checked with, Long Branch subdivision in the county.
Yep.
And they're building, their minimum is 1,800 square feet, and, they're averaging 2,000. 2,200.
Up to 2,200.
And I asked them how they're selling, and, there's, quite a few that are finishing and selling it. The developer and also the person that's selling it, they're all tied together. And she's saying that they're selling fairly smooth basis. But I'd also like to say that, there is us baby boomers that are looking at maybe downsizing. So there is a market there for last time buyers too.
Right.
So I kind of leaned with, putting a set 20%, no more, for 1475, and that would allow some of these people that just can't afford to move, to be able to purchase something.
Yes.
That's just part of my feeling.
I've been remiss, we're honored tonight to have Supervisor Ray Dennison with us, Supervisor District 4 in DeSoto County. Thank you for coming. Three. That's right. That's right. I was in District 4, they moved me. So I'm in District 3 now.
That's right.
I didn't move, they just moved the line.
Now you're with me, yeah.
And honored to be so.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Alderman Bledsoe.
These houses, are they gonna have porches?
Some do, it just depends on the elevation. We do not want to have be held to that requirement at this time. Again, exactly mirroring the product in Willow Point is what we would desire to build.
Are you planning on starting towards Goodman or coming back or from the back to the front?
Have to come up with Goodman first. It's a water and power thing.
We had subdivision in my ward over there, we turned down, and the lady couldn't sell her land because, easing out and in. So, but I stuck to my guns in 1,800 square feet, so.
Our plan's gonna be to build 1 and 2 together, cause one's only like 32 lots. I think both of them together are 74.
That's correct.
Both
Phase, he's talking about the first phase.
The first phase will be off of Goodman. It kind of goes down through a big green area.
I mean, it's gonna tie on, it's not gonna build here and build there.
Yes, sir. Well, there's actually, you go in, there's a pod street that goes in, then you go through a big part of the common area.
Minimum.
Kind of go down the hill, then you kind of come up to the piece of
It's in
time.
our,
Oh, no.
it's in our ordinance where the pitch is
Oh, the
supposed to be. Andrew
homeowner,
knows.
association, they're gonna take care of the parks and stuff. I
Absolutely.
mean, it won't be dumped on the city like we got
No, sir.
20 of them.
We actually fund the HOA 100% till the very last home is closed, sold, and even then, I'm actually the president of all of our HOAs across the Memphis metro area. So we have a community right now that's completely closed out. I still haven't turned the HOA over because I want to make sure they have a good grass landscape company. I wasn't satisfied with the landscape company. I want to get their price down and put a company in place that actually cares about their job. So same thing with Willow. We're actually in the process of rebidding that out and getting those costs down so that HOA can continue that for years and years to come. So.
Well, I didn't want what happened, well, they started and then they had roads down, but you have gullies about that big in the roads before they finished or started again. That's not my ward, that's his ward.
No, sir, we're definitely active with our HOAs, very concerned about keeping them, those budgets perfect and keeping it affordable for the owners.
May I ask you, gentlemen, if I understood you correctly, y'all own the HOA until every lot has a house on it and every house is sold?
That's correct. And even at that point, I have the control to relinquish it at any point. So if I wanted to hold it for another year until things were perfect, I have the option to do that.
And y'all got 70 acres there that is really laid out. really, really nice. With all the walking trails and the respect for the environment. It's really nice, but like Alderman Bledsoe pointed out, we've all had to go through, the HOA is gonna take care of this, and the next thing you know, it's all in weeds and trash is all in it. And the HOA is defunct, and then they come on the city to do it, but we can't because it's private property. So the HOA is great when they work, and they're horrible when they don't work. So y'all are really gonna be on top of this. So the last lot is sold, the last house is sold.
Yes, sir. And on that point, Willow Point, it's a subdivision, straight zone. There's no regulation that's holding us to anything, square foot minimums, any of that, but, and certainly not amenities. But we chose to put a playground in to benefit the families that moved into there. That was something that was suggested to us by multiple homeowners and, members of the city, and we thought that was a great idea. We put it in there. There's nothing that tied us to doing that. And it's very well landscaped and got a really nice mulch bed around it for all the people in Willow Point Phase 3 to use. So.
Yes, sir. Finish.
And then the roof pitch is like this, instead of like this.
It is an 8-on-12 roof pitch, I believe, 6-on-12. Some of them are 6 mixed.
It's a lot different than the other ones.
Yes, sir. It's exactly like Willow Point Phase 3.
Okay.
So,
And I have a problem with no porch. I like porches on the front porch, so I can sit out there and watch people. I'm old. I can sit out there and watch people go by.
I understand. We will offer homes with front porches if a buyer potentially comes in the model and wants to choose a home with a front porch. They absolutely have the ability to do that with us. But if they don't feel like paying that extra $10,000 or $15,000 for the concrete and the porch and all the columns and everything and the roof structure, they also have the option not to.
Well, once it's paid for, it's yours.
That's right.
And then you have something.
That's right.
Alderman Young.
To me, this is actually a development question. Future development's more like, we're trying to get businesses in here. Amazon, businesses like that, Google, O'Reilly's, different people are looking at Horn Lake. Well, several things, and if I'm wrong, please tell me I'm wrong, but several things that a lot of these people look at when they come in to either rent a Core 5 warehouse or build a Core 5 warehouse or build a new shopping center or whatever, or open a new business or warehouse or AI facility or whatever it happens to be on the future. I don't have a crystal ball, but the one thing that they look at is available housing for their employees, whether they be the executive or whether they be the janitor. That's one of the big things. They look at the schools. Our schools are getting better. Our city's getting cleaner. So this is really an opportunity for the city of Horn Lake to push our development process forward. And it was really an interesting fact of what you said, that it's not, we've been trying to do something with Center City for 3 years now. And of course, what happened and all the interest rates and everything, we have no idea what's going to happen with that. That just sort of knocked a few people out. But having these multiplexes where you've got retail below it, and you've got condos or apartments or whatever the developer does, and we say is okay with that. Well, you start out with a young professional there, and that young professional and his wife or whatever have a kid or two. They need to have something to upsize to, or if they're coming into here and they're downsizing, we need to offer that opportunity as well. Horn Lake does not need to be just a cut and dried way to do it. If I'm not mistaken, when the city was first done, we just sort of took anything that we could get to build it. Here we lie with the soda fill it. And I think a lot of people are using that as a bar. We we can't decide who's gonna buy a house or who tell people who's gonna buy a house or what they're gonna do with it when they buy it. But I'm pretty sure that there's not very many people in this room that could afford a $3,800 or $3,900 house note under the current conditions. And we don't know what's gonna happen in January the 26th. We have no idea. Is the housing market gonna pop or is it gonna explode? You know, it's supply and demand. It's supply and demand. And I think we need to be able to look for it because these guys are gonna build these properties and they're not gonna start till 25. So if the prices come down, we may see less than a 20% of smaller houses. We may see only 10% of these smaller houses. But if, just like Mr. Klein said, we can put this in there and say 20%, no more. Not 20.3%, not 20%. We can do that. But it just seems to me like for us to shut the door and say, hey, I know it's not in our code anywhere that I know of that we said it must be an 1,800 square foot house. We all agreed that we would use that as the bar. You know, we said we would use that as a bar. Times are different now. And if there's anybody in here that can own a 19 or 2,200 square foot house today, I know I can't afford one. I don't know. Matter of fact, I think you and Mr. Dupree and myself and I mean, a lot of us, we don't live in a 2,300 square foot house or a 2,200 square foot house or even 18. Many of us live in 11, 12, 1,300 square foot houses. And I mean, we just need to be realistic with what the people of Horn Lake, if we make them 1,800 square foot houses, this is my concern, or 2,200 or 2,800 or whatever, you're just gonna have 3 and 4 families living in these houses. Then you're gonna have parking in the yards and you're gonna have all the stuff that we complain about all the time. It's already happening. We've got to, you know, we've got to make rules that we can, and we have a rule out there that we got to start enforcing, but I don't have a problem with the 20%, like Mr. Klein said. I don't have a problem with that. I think that's absolutely perfect. I think it offers, because you got 80% of the houses that are going to be much larger than that. So that's where I'm at. I love the concept. I think it'll bring people to Horn Lake that we want to have living in Horn Lake.
Alderman Klein had his hand up first. There's a couple of things I want to bring up, since we talked about the playground.
Yes.
Now, you know, playground wore down about 20 years. So when you do the HOA, are they gonna be, is that part of the guidelines of putting money aside to?
Yes, absolutely.
Because you're talking about a playground around $375,000.
Well, we didn't quite spend that on the one in Willow Point.
But all depends on the size you put in there.
It all depends on the size. But to answer your question, yes, we actually have a money market account for our HOAs. And the HOA funds are invested over time in a money market account to
Take care of the walking trails.
right, to try to offset some inflation over the years. And yes, absolutely. And we try to budget for that so that the account constantly grows so that they can do other things. Who knows, 20 years down the road, they have enough money to build a play tier one down and build a playground double the size that we did. But they have a choice and by the voting power of the HOA.
Now I want to talk about the curbs. Do you have curbs with the sidewalks? Which then do you have drainage?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, concrete sidewalks, they will be 4-inch thick.
Absolutely. Sidewalks, yes, sir. 5 foot wide.
ADA accessible, all that good stuff. Standard size.
Anything else? I think, you know,
Point sidewalk, ADA is all law.
Because I was talking to Mr. Andrew about it, it seemed to be that by having 70 acres of common ground with walking trails, y'all consider that a playground?
That was the thought, enjoy the
Yeah, I know
nature.
it was presented, there's no playground.
Correct, and Mayor, that's a really good point, Mayor. We haven't seen, this man here has not pulled the trigger on a full set of design drawings, so we don't know our topography and how things will lay out in these common spaces. So depending on the hills, the shape of the site, if we have a space to put something like that, I absolutely.
Yeah, it's not a flat piece of brick.
It's a very
One
challenging piece
picnic
of
area that you got.
No, there's multiples.
I just saw one mark.
Yeah, if you look at the overall site plan, it's got a lot of.
It's a lot of water.
Yeah, well.
Potential water.
Wet areas that you can't disturb.
A lot of
So,
fishing.
a lot of natural.
There is 2 ponds on it that we're putting in.
Are they gonna be stocked with fish?
They're too small, yeah, they're too small. I would love to, trust me. But it's mostly just undisturbed buffer areas from wetlands and stream areas, so, we had to delineate around that. We're basically, that's why it's so curvilinear and unique, is that there's tons of green space.
Yeah, the environmental middle constraint, between streams, wetlands.
I know a long time ago when they developed the subdivision, they were big houses in front, these smaller houses in the interior. Some subdivisions.
Well, this would be a mix.
This would definitely be a mix, but today, if you can afford a home, you're doing something. You are upper middle class, not just lower.
And the carport, or garage is enclosed
Absolutely.
and doesn't extend past the front porch.
Correct.
Alderman, you put it with me.
I keep playing devil's advocate. Sorry.
Great.
In this paragraph, the last 2 paragraphs you have up here in this, can you pull it back up? Oh. Where it says additionally, as far as what is placed inside of the residential lots plan that original developer. Nowhere in there does it say when you make changes that you have to come back to the board, you do it yourself. Whatever changes are made to the homes is between you and planning. It doesn't have to come between us. Yeah. Why is that? Why shouldn't some of the changes, whatever changes you make to the home outside of what you have planned, why can't that come back to the board and we have to say yes or no?
I think we would have to, because the PD guides what can be done in there. So if they do anything that differs from the PD, then they would have to come back to you.
All right, because the wording up here doesn't say that.
What we were trying to say was that we will enforce whatever's in here, but if it's not mentioned in here, then they're gonna go by our architectural standards and what's in our ordinance. So they're gonna follow everything in our ordinance, but if you wanna go beyond that, it has to be in here.
Okay. Now let's go back to the porches. If it's up to y'all, you wouldn't put a porch 1 on any of them because it saves you money.
It saves the home. It saves the
Well,
home.
that's, and you, because you don't have to build it.
Mm-hmm.
Say people don't come to you and ask you for a porch. Are you going to put any porches up yourself?
We very well may. We've got elevations slated that have porches. As a matter of fact, in Willow Point Phase 3, we've got a few with porches. Not a ton, but a few with porches, just because the plan, the market didn't really receive that particular plan well. So they shifted towards the others. So it just,
Well, you know,
so
porches
happened.
just make better resale value. So, you know, people want porches most of the time.
It may be a desirability, but as far as appraisal, I have no effect. From a desirability standpoint, I definitely agree.
Yeah, so, I mean, other besides me playing devil's advocate, I like it. I mean, if we don't ask these questions, we don't know what we're getting.
That's why we're here. I appreciate you asking.
All right, so are we gonna go with the 20% of the
You wanna ask Supervisor Dennison if he has any thoughts?
Yeah, I was actually gonna do that if you don't mind.
We can't hear.
What you think?
Please. Supervisor Dennison, did you have anything, or would you rather stay out of this?
To what I've heard so far, I can say that I love the entrance to Willow Point. I love the way that's designed. Not crazy about what happens beyond the entrance because I've been through there many times. You know, roof pitches 6 and 12 is a little low in my mind. We try to stick to a 10. The important things to me are the sustainability of the entrances and the fences and all the things that are gonna happen both during the development and after the development. So those are things that I like to zero in on, and y'all have heard me say this. And a guy told me from Oxford one day, we were standing up there by the Sherwin-Williams, and he was putting in, and he looked out, and there was all these wooden fences that were just falling down and deteriorating. He said, DeSoto County really is the land of ugly fences. And so I started looking, and now everybody's looking, and, you know, you can build a 1,200 square foot house just as nice as a 12,000 square foot house. It depends on what you're willing to put in. We have to challenge developers to do better. To, you know, they're making money. I heard one of you guys say you're from Olive Branch. What's y'all's minimum over there?
1,600.
Okay, I thought it was 17. BJ Page told me 16 because I asked him specifically. Okay, so 1,600. And then, you know, what I feel like if it's a PUD, you need a plan book. You need a book of plans that that they're gonna say this is what they're gonna look like. You know, you talk about not putting a porch on there. That may or may not affect the house, but it's gonna certainly affect the curb appeal. And curb appeal equates to phraseology. So if I drive by that house and it's a plain Jane with no porch and no window, you know, only a couple of windows, and the garage door looks bigger than the whole house, then to me, that's not appealing. If you recess that garage, even if it's front load, if you recess it to the back, then it makes the house seem a little more dimensional and less like a garage with a house attached. Those are the kinds of details that I look at. And, you know, how much bricks on it, how, you know, we talked about what people can afford. What they can't afford is to move into a house and start replacing rotten wood in 2 years. Or shingles or columns, because the way these houses are built a lot of times is you know, in my opinion, is substandard. 278 houses, that's a lot. That's a lot to choke into one area. When are the amenities going to be built? Because a lot of times people move into subdivisions expecting walking trails and parks and all these amenities, and they live in there and move out before they ever see one amenity. Those amenities need to be closer to the front of the development than, well, after we sell a certain amount of lots, we'll put the amenities. And I understand the economics.
They'll be not phased, because quite frankly, we can't do the other ones till we.
Well, these are just things that I've noticed through the years that people lose out on, homeowners lose out on, because they don't get a chance to enjoy the amenities that they supposedly pay for. So, you know, what kind of cladding is going to be put on the houses? What's the fascia on the soffit? Is it what material is it going to be? Is it going to be spruce? Is it going to be Mirtec? You know, what is it going to be? Those affect how the longevity of the house as well. So again, that's an economic thing, but still, you know, Horn Lake, in my opinion, has their share of starter homes and smaller homes and and lower income housing. I think, you know, any developer that does anything in my district is getting challenged. Brick fences, things that don't deteriorate, so everything's susceptible to the weather and time. But we need to challenge these guys. They're making money, or they're not gonna do it. And I don't fault you guys for making money, believe me. I understand economics. But I just think that all these questions need to be penciled in, and Andrew's got, you know, if it's a PUD, all these things can be determined on the front end if this is what you want. 1,800 is where we're targeting. We don't always get that, but it's, you know, if you're starting from scratch, you could ask for that. And it just depends. And true, houses are expensive, everything's expensive. How many of these houses are going to become rental properties? How many are going to be advertised as rental properties? That's another thing, because a renter doesn't have the same quality in mind or maintenance in mind, or things that a homeowner does. You know, not always. Some renters want to make improvements and keep things, but on the average, well, we've seen it, y'all deal with it.
Oh, yeah.
These hedge fund companies come in and buy these things sometimes before they're built. And that's just a fact. And as far as, people parking in the street and 2 or 3 families living in a house, that's become a reality too. I don't know how you address that. I'm not sure wider streets is the total answer to that. But I understand that you're trying to give people access, fire and police. But it's almost like we're condoning, we're just gonna build wider streets so you guys can go ahead and park on the streets. I think I would encourage them not to park on the streets. Make them park in the driveways, make the builders build bigger driveways, to accommodate that. So that's some of my thoughts, and y'all, this is y'all's choice, but I think that the biggest thing is the issue of quality. What do y'all want? And I know you got to start somewhere, and y'all done a great job over here on Nail Road, by the way. Those houses, and I noticed that some of those are advertised for rent.
Yeah, great.
So, how can that be combated? I don't know. We try to put language in the development clause that says certain things about rentals and not allowing people to. We got our share in walls too, believe me, rentals down there. But those are the questions I would ask as far as the 1,500 square foot. 20%. That's 55 houses. That's 278. My concern wouldn't be so much with that if I knew it was quality. Again, the 6 and 12 pitch is not, it's a cheaper way to build a house. It's not unappealing, but a 10 and 12 has better curb appeal. Brick homes are more appealing because they're maintenance free, plus they're safer. You can get the same fire rating with hardy siding as you can, and I'm not opposed to mingling that in either. But the main thing is how long are they going to stay maintained, and how are they going to be built. So I hope that's helpful.
We certainly appreciate you presenting to the board and to everyone your experiences you've gone through as a Sullivan County supervisor and as a contractor.
Yes, sir.
He's had a hammer in his hand and a saw, so he knows exactly all the pros.
I've got soft hands now.
So they didn't used to.
That's what my wife tells me.
That might be a compliment, you might, but it used to be callous there, Supervisor. Does anyone have any questions or comments to Supervisor Dennison? We thank you so much, Supervisor.
Thank you for allowing me to speak, and I appreciate everything y'all do. It's a battle out there every day. I know it is, and you gotta make tough decisions for both sides and to be fair and equitable. And, we try to do that too. I appreciate y'all doing that.
See, what we do reflects you as well, because you are the supervisor over this area, so.
Well, I live here.
That's
and,
right.
I grew up here.
Reflects your whole outlook at things.
And I think Supervisor Bostic and I had a conversation on him when he got to be alderman. He wanted to fix everything all at once, and I told him to just take a little bite at a time, because it'll drive you crazy trying to fix it all at one time. And, so, thank you guys.
Anyone have any questions or comments for Supervisor Dennison? Anybody have any questions or comments? Just let the board first, Ms. Carter, please. You gonna repeat what you said the other night? Well, you had some good points. Yeah. I don't agree with all of them, but you had some good ones. Anybody have any questions for the gentleman from D.H. Horton? Ms. Carter, the floor is all yours, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I thought you meant for us. I realized they were still saying it. I'm sorry.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
You need Ms. Carter. You got all of them. Yeah.
How do you not have her?
Get it in
Sorry.
Well, that's what we need. Any good community needs people like you.
That's right. I don't want to repeat what I said last week, so I was trying to feed off of comments from tonight. But I hope everybody in this room realizes Horn Lake schools are Title I schools. If you do not know what a Title I school is, over half of these kids, their homes make a certain amount of money. They fall below that number. If we're gonna build these homes that are gonna cost $2,300 up to $3,000 a month, what are we doing to these kids? Their parents are going to have to work their butts off to provide a good, decent home for them. I mean, honestly, these poor kids are the ones that are going to be paying the cost just as much as the parents, because they're either going to have to suffer because, well, thank God they can get lunch and breakfast at school, because who knows what they're going to be able to go to at home at night, because mom and daddy's got to pay the rent. What if you got a single dad or a single mom or grandma or somebody raising the kids? They're on a fixed income and they need a better house. The house is falling apart. It's just aged out. They're looking for something new. They need more space. I mean, and then again, if you have a single parent that's trying to raise them, these kids are never going to see their parents because they're constantly trying to work to pay a ridiculous house note. And no matter who is president, nobody knows what's going to happen come January of 2025. I mean, honestly, nobody knows. And we still have a long way to go between now and January, so who knows what can happen? Nobody knows. So the kids are what I keep thinking about. They're the ones that are going to pay for it just as much as the people working to pay for these house notes. Why can't you at least give those kids a chance to have a decent future? Because, I mean, honestly, set the market 20%. Give some of these people that are working their butts off to want to live here and are trying to do their best a nice home to live in. Everything else we have here is just aged out. You talk about stuff falling apart and things. Well, it's because they're 30, 40, 50 years old. I mean, give some people some growing space. It would be so nice. And if you want an 1,800 square foot house, it's cheaper to build up. You have just personally attacked my family because my son has to utilize a wheelchair sometimes. I might not be able to afford an 1,800 square foot home because I got to build out. I can't afford to build up. So that's another thing, because you've got other people in the community too that have disabilities. You never know when you're going to have a car wreck and you come out of the hospital paralyzed and are now having to be like, how can I fix my house? What am I going to do? These homes might be an option for them because they're all going to be one level. They're not going to be built up. And then we keep comparing ourselves. What's Olive Branch doing? What's South Haven? What's Hernando doing? That is comparing apples to oranges. The people in Olive Branch are not the people in Horn Lake. The people in Hernando are not the people in Horn Lake. When you start comparing people and comparing things, you get distracted. How about let's get captivated by purpose and take care of our own people here? Thank you.
Thank you. And you pointed out a thing, this is a little bit off the subject. When they used to have the boot for the MDA, Horn Lake citizens gave more money each year than the citizens in any other city in DeSoto County. Our citizens were the most generous. And in regards to your remarks, I envy you your compassion. I don't mean that sarcastically. I really, really do envy your compassion. But you were pointing at, I beg your pardon?
She's a caring mother.
That she is. And a caring citizen too.
Exactly.
But you made that if they had an 1,800 or 1,900 square foot house, they'd have to keep working. They don't have to buy that house. That's please. They don't have to buy that size house. If they want to buy it, that's up to them how they get the money to do it. It's not mandatory that they live in an 1,800 or 1,900. But this board and myself, we're charged to try in the future for Horn Lake. And we want things to get better, let's just say. Because like you said, the houses are 50 years. My house was built in 81. So it's getting on close to 50 years old. But we need new housing. We need quality, just like Supervisor Jennison said. It's more an issue of quality than the size of the house. But we want things to improve. And you have to have, if someone starts out and they have a family and they need a bigger home, as I think Alderman Guy said, you don't want them to move out of Horn Lake. They have to have the opportunity to stay in Horn Lake. If your issue is just housing, why not just build apartments? No, see, if you just saying we gotta have a roof over the head, you might as well just say, let's have apartments. Yeah. All right, anybody else have any, all right, you want to talk to Ms. Carter?
Yes, sir.
Please.
I agree with a lot of what you said, but one thing you mentioned was the high percentage of students we have that are low income. The reason why our percentage is so high is like the mayor said, as their incomes increase, they have nowhere to move within the city of Horn Lake except one or two subdivisions, so they move out. And then low income people, and there's nothing wrong with them, we've all been there. I remember sharing, my first wife and I sharing a Happy Meal because that was all the money we had when we were in college. So, I understand that. But so we've got to have various types of houses here to attract the higher income people here instead of Olive Branch or Hernando or wherever. I've often said we shouldn't compare ourselves to the other cities, and I agree with you on that. But as part of that, we also have to have the opportunity for people making more money to want to move here, because this is a great community. So, by having middle to higher income people moving here and then going to our schools, then that changes the diversity of our schools as well. And those people donate to the booster clubs and all that stuff and the bands, which helps the students that don't have the money. So, it's a two-way street there, but I agree, that we need a mixture of houses here.
Anyone else have anything to address Ms. Carter? Alderman Young.
I don't know if everybody in the room knows it now, but she was elected and was given as Woman of the Year for Horn Lake Chamber of Commerce this past.
Well deserved.
And that compassion is why she was elected, or appointed, or awarded, or whatever the heck we did with it.
A lot of voting.
Alderman, did you have anything else, Alderman? Alderman Dupree.
I just want to follow up with Supervisor Dennison. Mr. Andrew, some of the stuff that he was talking about, the quality of the homes. Well, maybe y'all can answer this. Where do you stand right now on the quality of the homes? Is it builder grade, or is it upper half of the builder grade?
We take pride in our quality control. We actually have not only the superintendent go through a quality control checklist, we actually have a third-party company as well as a warranty process in that is bar none top of its class. Our quality is the same or better quality as many of the custom home builders in the area. We're using the same products. We're using Lennox heating and air systems. We're using Moen faucets and sinks. We're using Revwood Mohawk flooring. I mean, we're using some really high grade materials because we have a purchasing power that other builders don't have the luxury of having. We, being national, we actually can offer those products at a much lesser price because we buy it across the country. So our quality is top notch. We really take pride in our work. Our customer satisfaction scores are currently in the top 10 in the Memphis division. This area, top 10 in the country for DR work. We take pride in what we do, and our homeowner scores reflect that.
Mr. Andrew, the Supervisor Dennison mentioned at least a certain percentage of a home should be brick. Is that included in their proposal?
Yep, and we're doing 3 sides brick and a water table and accents as well.
I'm not sure about percentages, but there is work about.
You have a case in point example, not 5 minutes down the road. I mean, we have 89 homes vertical in there currently. Not all of them are closed, but they are mostly sold. There's a few left to sell, but they are all started in some form of, or stage of construction currently.
So you're saying that these homes you want to build in Sage Creek, three sides are gonna be brick?
Yes, sir. Just as we have done in Willow Point. I mean, that's our market. Memphis market is a brick market. We like brick. Most of the homes we've built to date in the Memphis market are brick. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
It's on page 3.
Yeah.
Okay. What'd you say?
We have national contracts with James Hardy, for Hardy plank siding.
Putting up gutters.
We are putting up gutters, yes, sir. We do that on every house standard. It's not an option. You get it. We really take pride in what we do.
To answer your question, sorry, I was just looking for it. The exterior of the first floor of any single-family home shall be constructed of brick and/or stacked stone, and the second-story dormers and/or gables can be constructed of brick, stacked stone, or fiber cement siding.
That's that Hardy board?
Yes, sir. Hardy board.
I know all this stuff.
Cementitious concrete.
Mayor,
Alderman Boston.
In 2021, when y'all came before us and it came before the board and we approved this project, nothing was built, I guess, through COVID, y'all just laid on it.
It wasn't the intention.
I understand, but in 2021, we approved for y'all to build.
Yes,
so
sir.
the only thing that y'all are coming back for the planning commission and us is just to try to adjust the square footage of the houses. Everything else is the same.
Yes. And actually, in 2021, when we came to you, we were requesting 328 homes. At that time, 328 lots.
Right.
And you guys did approve that for 328 lots.
But they were 1,800 square feet minimum.
And they were 1,800 square feet.
So in 21, you were good with 1,800 square feet.
Prior to the prices going buck wild and everything on sky.
I'm saying that's all we're here for tonight. We, other than you just lowered it to 278, you want.
And the 278 was lower due to, all the wetland constraints.
Okay,
Army Corps of
right,
Engineers.
once you did all of that stuff, but basically you just want
Everything from that point.
you want to do 20%, 1475.
Yes.
We were finishing Willow just to clear the air. You know, that was a big project to put on the ground at one time. So Michelle and I were waiting, and then COVID hit. And perfect world, we'd be finishing phase 1 and 2 right now in Sage. That would be perfect
No,
scenario.
I wasn't saying, I was just basically saying is, we're talking about the houses and how they're built, the porches and the pitch and all of that stuff, that we've already approved all that.
No, I was just letting you know, that was the reason was to flow right straight over.
Right.
Cause see, Willow was zoned as a straight subdivision. And when I bought this, it was originally done as a PUD. Just so you'll know. And I think we had talked, should have took it back to as a regular subdivision. But it was already done as a PUD, so. If that helped a little bit.
I think the sentence that he's referring to here just leaves it two-way open-ended. And if we drop those standards for y'all, the next builder's gonna come in and say, well, they did those 1475, we'll ask for 30%, we'll ask for 40%.
Right.
20 years from now, when I'm dead and gone, Horn Lake's gonna be 85% rental when it's already 65% rental now.
Correct.
It's a PUD, it's an individual project.
Again, I mean, if a person currently rent is actually less than a mortgage. So not many people are buying rental homes right now. That's another thing. I mean, there's not a ton of investors that are looking at that.
You can pull up like Ravenwood.
Well, that's a different ballgame.
There's homes in Willow
That
Point.
went to an institution.
There's homes in Willow Point already for rent. There's homes in the new subdivision for rent. There's for rents all over town.
You know, when you overbuild a product in a community and it can't sell, I've seen some homes in Baker's Acres as an example. You entice the builder to get desperate, drop the price of the home, and it could potentially sell to an investor because of that desperation. So I've seen that happen in Horn Lake in multiple cases. So I would rather see a 1,475 square foot home occupied by a homeowner than to see a 2,100 square foot home, 2,200 square foot home occupied by a renter.
And what's the payment on the 1475?
currently $1,900.
And what's the charge for rent right now? $1,500 to $1,900 a month.
Not,
So they're gonna go from paying rent, not having to worry about anything in the house, and 15 to 17 or 1,800 a month, to go buy a house and be responsible for everything in that house.
Good idea.
I don't know about that.
I'm just saying, when you're renting and you're paying $1,800 a month, if the hot water tank dies, you ain't gotta go down to Home Depot and spend $10,000, you call your landlord. You're buying a house and paying $1,900 a month, your water heater goes out, you're running cold water or helping, doing what you gotta do.
I would say to that point, there's plenty of other options that are 30, 40, 50 years old in Horn Lake that are in the mid 200s. I would much rather have a brand new home with brand new equipment in it, brand new plumbing, brand new water heaters that are at least going to be a 7 to 10 year product before you even have to, the thought even has to cross your mind. And by that point, hopefully they're in a better position in life to where, hey, yeah, I have no problems bringing for that water heater.
Got it.
All right, I'm just gonna have to go around the table, because I don't know, just Alderman Bledsoe, we just circle around.
2 years ago when y'all came, one of y'all's roof pitch like 8 to 12 that was approved.
8 on 12 was the approved pitch.
And y'all narrowed it down.
We're asking for what product to mirror the success that we've seen in Willow Point. So we have product. It's accounted for 56% of your new home sales in Horn Lake, and we're asking to do the same thing. Why change something that's not broken? It's working. The homeowners are very happy.
But I used to put roofs on this one.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So, but yes, and to your point, we're asking for not only the square foot reduction, but some of those architectural constraints to be lifted, because it was, back in 2021, 100% of the homes had to have a front porch. That was at least a 5 by 12. And I'm sorry, that is a very difficult thing to achieve at times, simply for multiple reasons. One, front setbacks, and putting that porch, fitting it on a lot or on a piece of ground that's got a lot of topography. So you're straining the backyard. Again, the cost of that porch, I know no one wants to talk about the cost of the porch, but the reality is that is a $12,000 to $13,000, $14,000 extra just to have a front porch. It's not heated, it's not cool, it may change the curb appeal. And I'm not saying we won't have homes with front porches, but to have that as a restriction of the PD for every home to have a front porch, that's just raising that bar that much more on a 1475. A 1,475 square foot home that's currently selling without a front porch at 277. Let's put a front porch on it. Now we're at 290. We're that much closer to 300,000, and we haven't even increased the square footage.
That has nothing to do with us.
All right, I was just trying to go around. Alderman Dupree had his up first.
Yeah. I understand the cost. What you're talking about, the cost. Earlier you were talking about the only thing you were wanting is the reduction of square footage. Now I hear the reduction of the pitch. I remember Bob Barber sitting in his chair down there when we were talking about back then. He has recommended roof pitch was 10. And we all agreed with that. Now, why are you coming back in and saying you don't want the 10?
We never agreed to the 10, and the 10 was not approved.
Okay, so it was, I'm doing this off memory, so I remember him saying 10, he recommended it, and I can't remember what we did. So, what is your pitch?
Again, the minimum pitch that we're requesting is a 6 on 12. The minimum, per that PD booklet that's in front of you today.
Okay, some of the houses with the porches, I don't disagree with your comment of the 20%, but I think there should be a percentage of front porches on the houses as well, because that's going to give more curb appeal for people to want to buy. and it's not going to diminish the look. Maybe it wouldn't, but maybe it would. So I would recommend that not only the 20%, but a percentage of your homes to have a front porch on it as well. That's what I would like.
Alderman Young.
I agree with a lot of what Mr. Bostic said about the rental homes. It is an issue. But I don't feel that as a body, we can govern who buys a home and who sells it and what they do with it.
Can't.
No more than we can tell Nissan they can't sell their cars to budget rent a car. That's not our job. Now, we have a code in place that if it needs to be strengthened on rental homes, then maybe this body needs to look at that. But it definitely needs to be enforced.
It's not being forced.
It definitely needs to be enforced. We do have way too many rental homes. You're exactly right. I couldn't agree with you more. That was the reason we did the ripple. That's the reason we talked about that. So not to disagree, but to agree that we do have too many rental homes, but we can't govern who buys and sells. That's not our job. That's not capitalism. Our job comes in after the home is sold to enforce what's in our guide or our code. That's our job. And that's where it sets in. We have to look at what is going to be developed in Horn Lake in our future, which I agree with. We don't need a lot of rental homes. But I just think we need to have more options. If I had to buy my house or a newer house, I would try to buy the newer house. Just because of what your point. Water heaters and this and that and the other. Roofing, all that stuff. So I do agree with what you're saying. I'm all in on that. I just don't think we can govern who buys these houses and use that as a reason not to vote yes or no. Whatever their vote is, whatever they're gonna vote.
I just want to keep them at 1,800.
Is there anyone in the audience that wants to make any comments? Mr. Grant, you know Mr. Grant's name.
Yes, sir.
So, is, Supervisor still there?
Yeah, he's good.
He's kind of got a question for him. And I'm kind of piecing together through the conversation that some of the other municipalities around here have the minimum requirements for the square footage. My question is, are there other subdivisions in the county going in with similar square footages as to what's being proposed here?
There's one going in my district. It's 1,600 square feet. It was approved in 1990. And it got concurrence. Actually, it was approved for 1,100 square foot houses. And Jerry Chambliss owned it. And he approached me when I first became supervisor and said, I want to finish building this subdivision now. Well, that was in 2020. So, fast forward that long, and I said, we don't want that. There were certain stipulations that had to be done in the development, and Jerry decided he wasn't going to do it because we were going to fight it with whatever legal ammunition we had. Jerry passed away last year, and they sold the property to Tim Paxton. And Tim approached me and said, "What do y'all want to do?" And I said, "Well, for one thing, we want to do bigger houses." So we agreed at 1,600 square foot minimum with a 1,900 square foot average. We also want better home design. He went to, we recommended that he go to Snowden and look at some of those because they got some nice recessed front load garages. And he brought us back a plan book and he said, does this fit into your liking? And I said, yes, great design. He agreed to put a brick fence across the front, sustainable and with some specific details on returns and the other fences that would be built in the subdivision. All cedar, capped off. Every homeowner has to follow that guideline. He's putting, it's a small subdivision. It's only 71 lots. So there's not really greens. There is some green space in there, but it abuts Robertson Donald Park. we're getting ready, the county is getting ready to, we got a grant to build a walking trail in there. We're gonna connect the walking trail somewhere to that subdivision so that it serves those residents and the community as a whole. So, to answer your question, there is, years ago when B.J. Page was in office, or planning, I asked him, I called him one day and I said, what is, and I was, I think an alderman in Walls, and I said, what is your minimum square footage that you allow me? What is the drop dead? And he said, tell me 1,700 square foot at that time. Are there other, I don't know if there are other projects of that size going on in South Haven or Hernando or even Olive Branch? Possible, it's possible. And I think you heard me say before that you can build a nice 1,500 square foot house, no doubt about it. But when you start lowering roof pitches and you start taking the amenities off of the houses, it dumbs them down in my mind. I'm thinking everybody else is here. You might drive by that house and say, that's kind of ugly. And you start looking at it, and there's a reason, because it's been stripped down. Also, I've seen in the past tract builders in DeSoto County that did it so cheaply that the paint wouldn't hold up for 2 years. People were buying these houses and they couldn't afford to maintain them because the wood was rotting off of them. So those are things that are more important to me than square footage. But I've heard so much through the years. I've been here over 50 years. We're going to build what the market will support. Well, the market is what you create. You heard these guys say these people need bigger houses to move into too. I'm trying to think in Horn Lake and really just the whole West. Where is that? Where do you put your finger and say, I'm going to move over to that development because it's got really quality housing and amenities that I want. I don't know where that's at over here. We want to create that, and we don't want, and I'm just speaking for myself, you guys. I'm not trying to put words into anybody's mouth, but I've been over here my whole life, and I want to see this thing. In a lot of instances, we got a clean slate. You're going to want to come in here and put 6 and 12 pitches on the houses. That goes back to the 1970s. 4 and 12s and 6 and 12s were that was what they did. And I understand the economics of that. The rafters are shorter. The roofing's easier to put on. You can cross around the roof. You can take a nap up there if you want to. On the 10 and 12, you got to have toe board. You got to have roads and toe boards and everything else. So it's cheaper to go in there and do that. And D.R. Horton picked up a property in Hernando recently between Jefferson and St. Ives. And the two developments on either side have amenities. And I can, and I think anybody, you can drive through that subdivision, and I'm just being honest, and tell you're in a different area than St. Ives or Moral Crest, not Moral Crest, Jefferson. So those are the things that concern me. And
I think it's safe to say that while there may be some projects like that going on, they're pretty narrow. There's not that many. So I think the overall theme in DeSoto County is it's going to be bigger lots. Because I personally, an 8,000 square foot lot, and again, if you look at that aerial view of Horn Lake, there's a ton of houses with these little bitty small yards. And it kind of gives me the impression the reason for the wider streets is because there's about not enough room to park a car in there. Where's the houses with larger acreage? And again, you look at the aerial map, and I think that's probably a missing key component. And there's been talk about starter houses, Alderman Dupree has said some things that I think really hit home. Alderman Geis has said some things that really hit home. Alderman Bostic has seen some things. There's no doubt in my mind that these houses will be rentals in less than 20 years. it looks like that the property was looked at, here's the square footage to put houses, and we're cramming as many houses as possible in there, as small as possible, to make the lowest entry house that you can get. So we have starter houses. My house is 25 years old, there's nothing wrong with it. So, and I've never bought a new house, and I didn't buy a new vehicle until I was like 42. So, nothing wrong with those used houses. You gotta crawl, walk, and run. So there's no problem with that. And again, if you look at the average median income of the families in Horn Lake, it's probably at around the $50,000 mark, which is pretty low compared to some of the other areas. I think maybe like South Haven's 80,000 or something like that, last I looked. But how do you attract higher income people when you're building low end housing? That's my concern.
You won't get an argument with me on that.
So I guess you know where I stand.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. A gentleman, there's a very wise gentleman in this county, passed away about 5 years ago. Mr. Roe Wallace, may he rest in peace. And his comment about subdivisions and all, not the size of the lot, it's the size of the house. It determines the quality of the neighborhood. Not the size of the lot, it's the size of the house.
I tend to think different than that.
Okay. All right, is there anyone else in the audience that has any remarks? Is there anybody on the department head or Mr. Vince have anything? Chief, 50 feet wide, plenty wide enough for the fire trucks?
That's the right of way. It's 34.
34 feet, 34 feet?
Well, mine is no parking on the street, period. I don't really know. The driveways are always empty, and if you drive through any subdivision, the cars are on the street, nothing in the driveway. That's right. And they do that all through the village, but yeah, the streets are wide enough to park on them, but I don't know why everybody wants to park on them.
We don't have any sidewalks, unless they play on the driveway. So my kids did.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, when you don't.
If they park on the street, is the street wide enough for you to still get a fire truck down?
It should be. Depending on how big the truck is, they park on the street and how they park.
I was on your side of the discussion with Mr. Andrew today.
Yeah.
He's other. We need to wrap this up.
Yeah.
We're just going over and over and over and over. Yes, sir.
Okay. I would like to ask for the pitches to be higher, at least the 10. After what we've heard tonight, and Bob Barber, what he said back then, I think the pitches should be at least 10, 12.
Okay, I can't do that.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Now,
Then don't do it.
do y'all want to say anything else before we ask for a motion? We're not going to get all started repetition like we've been over before. Yes, sir.
The driveways are 35 foot long, I want to mention that, but that's the only thing I have, and I prefer not to have the 10 on the car.
Thank you, sir.
8 on the car is fine.
Do we have a motion?
Are there exceptions, Mayor?
Can you make a motion and include conditions?
Okay.
Yes, sir. Do we have a motion from anyone?
Yeah, well, let's just wait till this bud, so wait till he gets back.
Mayor,
Alderman guys.
do you guys have copies of the plans for the houses that you're planning on putting in there with you guys today?
I do not have them today, but again, Willow Point Phase 3 is exactly.
Yes, sir, I've seen them, but the other board members may have not.
Gotcha.
So, some have, some may not have. I would prefer us to table this at the moment and allow them to send the plans to everybody on the houses, give them an opportunity, the board members to go over there and look at those houses, so they can make a better, more informed decision.
I like that plan. Can I make a suggestion or an addition to that?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if this is allowable, but I would be more than happy individually or together. I know a quorum can be a problem, but I would love the opportunity to take you to Willow, each alderman to Willow Point and show them physically our community in Willow Point, to show the place. Because a picture is one thing, but when you step in that house and there's a spacious, open concept living room and kitchen and a big 8-foot bar and large master bedroom, plenty big for a king size bed in that 1475 square foot home that everybody's so concerned about, I would love the opportunity to walk you guys through and actually take a tour.
I would, if the board votes to table it, I would really ask for y'all to take advantage of the opportunity. Mr. Willie, you have something?
I've moved the table.
All right. Well, we had a motion by Alderman Geist to table, second by Alderman Young. Is there any discussion? This be tabled to the first meeting in December?
Yes, sir.
Is your second still good? Is there any discussion? Roll call, please, Mr. Jim.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Geist.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Thank y'all for coming, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I want to thank everyone in the audience for their participation too.
Could they leave their information so Alderman can contact them?
I'm assuming that. Mr.
I got it.
Andrew has
Oh,
it.
yeah, we've got it.
Is
What's
it
on the
in-
plan
you got
and
it?
everything?
We've got it, yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Absolutely. Andrew's got all my contact information. Thank you.
Supervisor, thank you for coming. Thank you, sir.
No, don't leave yet. You're buying dinner.
Yeah, I just leave my credit card.
Thank you.
Look, I certainly appreciate everything y'all do.
No, thank you.
Thank you for your heads up.
Yeah. We appreciate you.
I'm on y'all's team, you know, we're all on the team, just remember that. I want what's best for y'all, and us.
Thank you.
Me too. Thank y'all.
Happy Thanksgiving, our supervisor. Supervisor Dennison, you might want to be careful with our police chief. She eats pickled okra, you know.
I know she is. I like it with okra too.
Happy Thanksgiving. All right, the next one is a resolution to clean private properties. That's a public, wait, I declare the other public declaring closed.
No, sir. Well, I was gonna ask, Andrew, there was a planning case B on the original agenda that was a rezoning for.
Yes, sir. The applicant withdrew that.
Okay, so we don't need to continue it to.
We're doing it next year.
Okay.
Next year.
Yeah, the applicant withdrew that case and did not give another date. We're not sure if they're gonna bring it back.
They are next year.
Well, I haven't been told officially
Yeah.
when they're bringing it back.
I just want to be sure we didn't need to continue the public hearing to another date, so. No, sir.
All right, new business. Letter A is a public hearing also, resolution to clean private property. Is there anyone in the audience to speak about this piece of property? Anyone with a thing that needs to be cleaned or not cleaned? All right, that being the case, public hearing is now closed. Do we have a motion? All right, motion by Alderman Young. Do we have a second? Second by Alderman Dupree. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please, Mr. Jim.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Geist.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Letter B. Mr. Jim, you want to fill the board in and the audience in on this, please? This is our water meter project, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, we're receiving funds from the Department of Finance, and you all have the MOU that is required by the Department of Finance to receive the $727,500. So that agreement has to go into place before we can request the funds. I don't know if that was the technical terms, Billy, Mr. Billy could probably, speak to that.
Well, who got this money, Senator McLean?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah, it is Senate Bill, 2468. I don't know if that's.
Who do we appreciate?
Who do we appreciate?
Clinton.
Michael.
Clinton.
All right, do we have a motion to approve letter B?
Mayor, I make a motion to request to approve SB 2468 MOU with the Department of Finance to request additional funding of the AMR project in the amount of $727,500.
We have a motion by Alderman Bostic. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Bledsoe. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Free.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. I'm gonna have to get up a minute. Y'all wanna take about a 5-minute break?
Sure.
I'm getting rigor mortis.
That is what it is.
7-8.
I think I don't need to go outside.
Yes. It's on here.
You got mute.
We did not stay, so we
We're live.
Yeah,
It's on.
we raised it afterward. It was almost.
All right, we're back in session, please. We're back in session. Before everybody leaves, I would like to also recognize our fire chief. Chief Limbo was selected as Man of the Year by the Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah. Well, you were the only one in the house.
Okay, discussion, we're on C.
Yes, sir.
We're on C, please, Mr. Jim.
Yes, Mr. Eric is here representing PATH and has a presentation here talking about this
All right.
topic.
There you go, Mr. Eric.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, everyone. I appreciate everybody's time and attention to this brief presentation that I will try to get through fairly quickly. And if there are any questions or comments, please do not hesitate to interrupt me. Once I get going, I can start to talk fairly fast, so please stop me if there are any questions. I'm going to start also by saying, similar to the way I started about a month ago when I came by to talk about this, I haven't been doing this too terribly long, so if I appear nervous or if I don't know the answer to a question, I may not know it, but I know how to find it. So I just ask that y'all would bear with me. I really appreciate it. Quickly, just a brief overview of our company. We are a full-service energy services company founded in 2017. We primarily started in the city of Memphis, but since 2017, we have experienced substantial growth. We are throughout the greater Mid-South as a whole. We've completed a great amount of projects, as you can see on this map. We are the most experienced firm within the TVA service area when it comes to streetlight conversion projects. And I unfortunately forgot to update that bottom number at 102,000. We are going to need to update that number fairly soon, as we actually just recently got approved to do all the streetlights in Nashville. So that's roughly 50 to 55,000 streetlights. So maybe intentionally left that blank so I can make that call out. But yeah, we've been very blessed with a lot of growth. Something else that I want to briefly touch on tonight are just a couple of previous successful projects that we've completed not far from here at all. The first one I'd like to touch on is Senatobia, Mississippi. We completed this streetlight project a handful of years ago. We're actually in the middle of a downtown revitalization project for them. We're doing quite a bit of electrical work all throughout downtown. It's a major revitalization project. But prior to that, our first project with Senatobia was streetlights. And prior to the project, their annual streetlight budget spend was just over 200 grand. Now, post conversion project, they are spending just over 66,000. So a major fall off in fee there with annual project savings of just under 135 grand. And post project, the city now owns and maintains ownership of every piece of equipment when it comes to streetlights, the fixtures, the arms, the poles, everything, backed by a 10-year parts warranty, and just under 1,000 fixtures were converted within Senatobia.
Can I ask a question? Yes, sir.
All right, so, let's see, it said here, conversion 16 weeks ago. You got 10-year parts and warranty?
Yes, sir.
How many years on labor?
Labor is, I think, 20.
I mean, as far as covering under warranty, the labor?
Oh, I'm sorry. No. The parts warranty is 10 years, but they're backed by, I think, 20 years of it, like life expectancy.
All right, but if something goes wrong with the fixture,
Mm-hmm.
I know some companies we've upgraded the LEDs, and the fixture is warranted for 5 years, but if it goes bad, we still have to pay the guy, the company, after a year to go in there and change it out. The fixture's free during the warranty.
Sure.
We have to pay for the labor, and that's what I'm asking you.
Gotcha. So there's a if one of these LED fixtures goes out, it's going to be within the first 2 weeks to, I'm going to call it a month. Once they are on and operating at full efficiency within that 2 week to month period, they're gonna work for it at the very bare minimum of 15 to 20 years. But the warranty, like I said, is within 10 years. And I wanna say if one goes out within that period, obviously we will replace it.
But you still asking about the labor.
Cost of the labor, okay. You talking like maintenance?
Yeah, I
And like
mean,
one,
in order to go up there and say replace it.
got it, okay, I'm sorry. So within the budget, which I'm gonna get into here in just a few slides, we have baked in sort of a maintenance and labor, budget into our budget number. So if one goes out or if somebody hits a pole and y'all gotta get that fixed, that's baked into the overall project cost.
I got you.
Yes, sir. Next today I'd like to touch on is Pearl, Mississippi. I know it might be a little blurry or hard to see there, but versus San Antonio from an annual standpoint, we wanted to call out Pearl's monthly year-over-year look. So I want to say that was 2023, their bill was roughly $34,000. And then we received a bill earlier this summer post-project and knocked it down to just under $5,000.
Wow.
So substantial amount of savings for Pearl. We did a really good job on that one. They were super excited to get that one started. And within the first year, they were able to save over $350,000. Wow. So a really, really solid streetlight project there. So getting into some budget figures for you guys in the city of Horn Lake. So currently, from what we gathered within y'all's streetlight bills, on an annual basis, you guys are spending $246,000 a year. And that is a combination of both the investment charge and the energy itself. So that I have that broken out in that pie chart. And then over 20 years, we factor in roughly 3% inflation on not only the investment charge, but the energy itself. That's kind of a trend that we've been seeing over the years as we've done these streetlight conversion projects. But that is, I say an estimate, but we're fairly confident in that 3% increase over the years. And we just like to have that sort of point of view because we calculate savings from a 20-year standpoint as well, just as kind of an outlook and within a payback period. I'm sure as everyone in this room knows, y'all have roughly 1,500 streetlights, a little bit more than that. And I touched on the streetlight bill from an annual standpoint and over a 20-year look out. So if we take a look at what a conversion project might look like, so taking that annual budget from, let's call it $247,000 a year, we are fairly confident that we can knock that down to just $66,000 a year. And then from what we were super excited to see from a 20-year outlook, I think the pre-project, 6.6 million, and knocking that down over 20 years to just under 2. So a substantial amount of savings associated with this project, and that project budget would include all the things you see below. I'm going to get into the investment grade audit, I believe, on the next slide. But it also includes the buyout, obviously all new equipment, fixtures, controls. Our fee is included in that. And I should have said this on the front end, but these are all strictly like budget figures. A lot of this, I will confidently say tonight that these will improve. If we go in and say, guys, we can save you, I'm just going to put like $10,000 a year, when you only save $8,000, we write you a check for $2,000. So we're fairly confident in that these estimates will improve drastically. So this is on this slide and the next one. This is just a little sneak peek into what our investment grade audit looks like. I actually, excuse me, experienced what going through an investment grade audit kind of looks like in the ins and outs and all the work that does go into this sort of audit. So I'm so sorry. This is a kind of a map block view, excuse me, of how we not only calculate how many streetlights are in a city, but as progress is made of counts of fixture types, brightness, all those super exciting metrics when it comes to streetlights. But this is kind of a way for us to track and keep count and just all those other metrics that I mentioned. But this is a really cool kind of like live progress view during one of our streetlight audits. So this is just a little bit more in the weeds about what goes into our audit. At the top left, we look at, photometrics of, let's say, like an interchange, for instance, where those lights are going to hit and the brightness and just how it's going to look, especially compared to the old ones. We have another image of the map block view there on the right. On the left is a little, bottom left is a little bit of a look into some of your options on what you currently have, what you might want to invest in getting new equipment, or if you want a longer arm over a certain street or a certain neighborhood. Just kind of a look there on some of the photos that we take and some of the data that we have on hand that would certainly be optional for you guys. And then lastly, on the bottom right, that is a great example of a mock-up viewing. So if you guys say, yes, we would like to move forward with this, we will come out and install X amount of lights, and we can try different temperatures, we can try different brightnesses, we can try all different sorts of things for you guys to touch and feel and say, Eric, I hate this color, or I hate this brightness. That's not a problem at all. We can either dim it down, crank up the brightness, change the color. It's a very customizable process to make this something that you guys and the citizens of Horn Lake will be proud to see. It's actually pretty interesting. Selfishly, my first streetlight project got approved just this afternoon, and in Savannah, Tennessee, the mayor in that city wanted the lights on Main Street to be just a little bit brighter, so we went in and did that. So that's just an example of how we can truly customize this sort of project for you guys and what you guys want to see. Yes, sir.
Does the energy level adjust with the brightness?
Yes, sir. Not as much as you would think, but it is a little bit of a jump, but it's nothing. I mean, if you have them at like full brightness, versus like half, there'll be a little bit of adjustment there, but nothing substantial.
So, what level is it set at where you're quoting us right now? I mean, we're showing our savings.
That's a good question. It's a really good question. I want to say anywhere between 50 and 75% brightness. So they can be obviously brighter, they can be dimmer.
It should reduce crime too, shouldn't it?
Sir?
It should reduce crime too by having.
We are confident in that, but we like to have data to back that. But we really can't seem to find a reliable source that says that it does reduce crime. But I don't see how it would increase crime. So I believe that is in Columbus, Mississippi. They added a ton of lights throughout that city, and I want to say I've got a lot of friends from Columbus. They say that the crime hasn't really changed, but I don't know if the streetlights have a ton to do with that. So I say all that to say this is kind of my next step slide, and what I would ask from you guys as a board is to consider signing a professional development agreement with us. There's no financial commitment when it comes to signing that document this evening. That's when we go. That's what releases us to go carry out and conduct this audit, to really put engineering figures both on the savings side of things and the cost side of things, and come back and tell you how much it's going to cost to the dime and how much it's going to save you per year to the dime as well, giving you a payback. Once that is complete, that's when we would come back and present all that to you, and then you guys, yes, sir.
Signing that, say tonight, how much is that?
So tonight, there is absolutely zero fee. Okay. The only time that there would be a financial exchange is if we go out and spend 4 to 6 months on this audit. Okay. We come back and say, this is how much it's going to cost, and you guys say, man, Eric, thanks, but no thanks. I think we're going to go with something else, whatever. That's when a financial, because we had just spent, 6 months of some pretty intense engineering efforts. So,
Mr. Jim, before we go any further, we don't want to waste Mr. Eric's time or the board's time. Can we afford something like this?
You talking about the audit or the full
I'm talking
project?
about it comes back with, you know, because they're gonna be spending money on this audit. If we don't have the money to get it, there's no use wasting their time and money or the board's time.
Yes, I mean, the audit costs, are
Zero.
not, well, at the end of the 6 months, they're not that much. If the board says, no, we don't want to, we just pay them. It is not that much. Goes into the cost of everything else if you move forward. But just the numbers itself, on what we would save, is yeah, a drastic benefit for the city, and those savings could go into paying, and Mr. Eric talked about, this is just an estimate of how many lights we have, the total project to get all of the lights that we have in here converted and over to the city, would be potentially $1.9 million. Which, when you look at the savings that we would have over so many years, I mean, that could easily pay for that. Also, if we talked about future earlier, we don't know what legislation is going to happen. If we get more funds for projects, it can go towards these also. Right now we're working with close to 4 million in funds on different projects, and hopefully over the years we'll get more funding like this. You all just approved funding. We received $727,000. If we could get our legislators to look at infrastructure, things like that in the future, we could get another 700 and something and pay for almost half of this. It is it may look like a lot, but when you look at the savings over the years, and when we're dead and gone, we will leave something that the city can be benefiting for 20 years and more.
I know Miss Amy from Neil Schaefer sends me a notice about every day about needing a check.
Well, and again,
are you telling me, sir, that we can finance this, correct?
Yes.
Are you saying that the savings in the utility bill will pay the note?
Oh, definitely.
So we get it basically free is what you're saying?
Oh, yes. And again, their audit is going to take 4 to 6 months. So that number that we're talking about isn't going to come into play until, 6, 8 months down the road.
After the election.
Yes, it'll. You can throw it off on somebody else. Yes, sir.
He had his hand up.
Alderman Young.
I just ran some preliminary, the 52 lights on Nail and Interstate Boulevard that this body, some of them approved, some of them didn't. And the 20 years that they're talking about there would be $1,960,000 plus just for those 52 lights. We're talking the whole city at less than that.
Because I know Alderman Bostic has been great about trying to get energy to replace our burnout lights. It's an ongoing problem all over the city. It takes 6 to 8 weeks to get a street light replaced.
Or more.
took a year.
We've got street lights now that are red flagged, we can't get them.
Some of the older styles are.
Can I ask one more question, Mayor?
Sure.
Mr. Pat, you're, whatever you call this thing you're talking about doing, whatever it's called, whatever the thing's called. The study of the light audit. Thank you, light audit. Yeah. I always have trouble with that word, audit, for some reason.
Call it whatever you want, that's fine.
Is that also going to include places that we may need new lights or additional lights?
Yes, sir. We
get complaints about not having enough lights in our
Sure. So throughout the audit, and I don't want to get too far into Columbus because I wasn't with the company when we carried out this project, but from what I've learned about the streetlight conversion process in Columbus, Mississippi, throughout the audit, our engineers, our project developers were out and they noticed areas that they would highly suggest light, and the city officials were also very much on board with, go tell us where we need lights, and they added a lot of lights throughout Columbus. So during that audit phase, that is definitely something we can take a look at for you, or if you guys already have areas or streets or even neighborhoods that you would like for us to even look at, that is definitely something we can tackle.
I know Mr. Bosby and I, we were talking about this at the last meeting before. I mean, we have lights that are red flagged by Energy that I know have been 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, and we can't, we still don't know when they're gonna fix it.
Sure.
We won't have that problem with this, right?
No,
Is that
sir.
what I'm understanding?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Alderman Geis.
2 questions. This would absorb those lights that 52 street lights we approved as well. So that bill goes away.
That bill goes away.
And it gets absorbed. And, number 2, we're coming up on an election, and at a certain point, we can't sign off on big projects, I understand. Is that not correct? Unless we're already in the process.
Yeah, there are exceptions to that, end of term stuff, and this is probably one of them. Some of the projects, like Vince's projects that get bid out, or don't involve that.
I just didn't want us, this is a much needed project that I don't see anybody voting against, but I just didn't want him to do all this work and us hit a point where then we have to stop, and then a new board and mayor comes in, and then them have a different priority.
Sure. Yeah, I'll confirm that to be sure.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just thinking about, Vince, would there be grants available, or do you know of any available for this type of project? I know in the city of South Haven is, they do their whole city. I'm not sure which company it is. They got all LED lights now.
There'll be projects like this, especially projects like this. I don't know if there's any grant or money funding opportunities like that for these two type of projects. We can certainly look into that process, because there may be, as much opportunities out there for funding right now.
Especially energy savings.
Yeah. If I may, we never like to lead with funding or grants, but that is something that our firm is more than willing to look into for you guys as well.
Oh, awesome. Cool. I like it even better.
Yeah. But we never like to lead with it, because like as soon as I mention that, y'all are like, typically.
Once y'all get this bid, how many years does it take y'all to get all this done?
So I
know it depends on lights, but
sure.
Estimate.
Sure. Going back to the Senatobia, I think it said
18 months.
Oh, are you talking from like when we start construction to when we like close out the project?
Yeah, because some of them won't be alive.
16 weeks.
So,
16 weeks conversion.
So if this was, how many street lights? 972.
Yeah.
I will say, I believe since we completed this project, our processes of installation have greatly improved. So with Senatobia, it took, let's call it 4 months to change out 972 fixtures, which sounds great, but I think we have certainly improved since then. I'll tell you this, the first 90% of the installation will be done within 2 months at max, because they're easily accessible. They're on the main roads. You let people know, you let police chief know, like, hey, we might have to close this lane for X amount of time. You're in and out of the neighborhood. These guys are really good at what they do, and once they get on a roll, they can change out some pictures very, very fast. It's the last 10% of these projects that take the longest. It could be decoratives, or it could be a few pesky lights that are covered up by trees that we have to come back to, right? But like I said, the first 90% will be completed within, I'm going to say 2.5 months at worst, but the first 90 it goes very quick.
Well, what's going to happen? Maybe all of them won't start doing first.
I would give you my business card, my cell phone number, but, you know,
So with this project, you have your own contractors to do the work. You know, there's no local company that you can contract.
we do have in-house, subcontractors. However, we do want to get on board with the utility company as soon as possible to make sure that goals are achieved. We're not stepping on any toes. We're not trying to, you know, overstep any boundaries. We want to get on board with them. And if said utility has a group that they want to include, we're more than willing to do that as well.
So I noticed that we would own all the poles and fixtures. Do we just buy the poles that are already existing from the white company?
From the utility company?
Right.
Yes, sir. That buyout, that would be finalized, and we don't have that number right now, but that is something else that we calculated during the audit. Is that buyout amount?
So it could be more than the 1 million.
Yes, sir. We did factor it into that 1.9. I just don't know exactly, or even a range of what that is. That's kind of more on the engineers.
Thank you, sir.
You guys are much smarter than I am.
Our parks director had a question.
Yeah, I want to know, can you change out baseball, football field, right? Sorry.
Absolutely. We do sporting light projects. I say all the time, like we do it all, but we have done several sporting light projects. We're in the middle of one within a few high schools in the Memphis area. So that is something that we can definitely tackle and take a look at for you guys.
Okay. Real quick.
Alderman Boston.
There are some citizens in the city that have streetlights in their backyard.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've ever seen where they lights up the whole backyard.
Yes, sir. So
how could they get in touch to change theirs out if they wanted to go to LED? Could they do that through some kind of discount, being in the city, if we decide to contract with you?
Unless it's through kind of an obscure homeowners association, that they pay a separate bill that's outside of the normal utility bill through the city. Those would be included in the city version, and that's part of the last 10% that I mentioned. Some of those backyard lights, the ones that are buried in trees, sometimes those sorts of fixtures can be harder to get as well. Not saying we can't get them, but some of the lead times can be a little bit more difficult because it's not just your typical overhead. It might be a barn light or a security light that's more of a much more spread out sort of lighting pattern versus your typical street light, which is much more defined. I'm kind of in the weeds here, but
I understand that. So there's not like a retail part of your business where somebody come in and build and want to just, okay, got it. Okay.
Didn't y'all do Tunica?
We talked to Tunica quite a bit, and I wasn't a part of that conversation.
That's right, you said you just came on. It's been over a year ago.
Tunica's on the list. 72 lights.
Tunica was on the list.
Go to that first one.
Tunica was on there. I'm pretty impressed to see down in number 16.
401.
can't read that.
401 lights in Tunica.
They
There you
did.
go.
I thought Tunica changed their mind.
It might be a possibility. It says under contract
Alderman Bledsoe.
Okay, yeah.
when that was.
On your ball field,
PowerPoint.
do y'all have hoods to keep it out of the neighborhood? We got Musco Lighting, it was $1 million years ago, we had a 10-year contract.
Sure.
And, they put hoods on it so it wouldn't reflect into the neighborhoods right there. And that's one of the things that we did. So, do y'all
You're
do
talking
that?
sports lights?
Huh?
Are you talking sports lights?
Yeah, baseball, football,
Sure.
yeah.
Are you asking if we can add hoods to the street lights as well? Or are you just talking?
No, I guess separate. Drew's in charge of that. I'm just asking, do you have the hood?
Gotcha,
to
yes,
keep
sir.
it from going into the neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
That would have been a very big complaint.
Yes, sir. Once they're aimed correctly, it's 95% of the light is going to be on that field. It's not going to be shining everywhere else.
Well, y'all ready to make the motion?
I'll make the motion to go ahead and do the audit.
Second.
Well, sir.
I'll wait for discussion, Mayor.
All right, sir. We have a motion by Alderman Dupree, second by Alderman Young. Is there any discussion, Mr. Billy?
I was gonna ask, when we sent out the RFP for this, there was a review process for those proposals. I assume that has been completed, and whoever evaluated that scored this company higher than the other company that sent in a proposal?
Yes, and the mayor and I met with, I don't know if Stephen was in that, but we met with the other company also and went through both proposals, yes.
Okay. I just want to be sure that had been accomplished. And the number no one ever said was, if you guys don't go through with an implementation agreement with them, you will owe them $25,000 for their investment grade audit. So that's what the PDA provides for that you just made a motion to approve.
I'm good with that.
Okay, thank you, sir. We have a motion.
Just take it out of their pay.
I ain't made
They
that
made
much
the
about
motion,
it.
he seconded
Yeah, but the savings at the end of the day is.
We have a motion, we have a second,
More
we
than
have any more
25,000.
discussion? Roll call, please, Mr. Jim.
Alderman Young. Alderman Dupree. Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Okay,
No, I have one question.
Yeah.
Real quick.
yes, sir.
Once you get all this done, how long will it take you to get back with us on what we just approved?
So, once we get,
We just spent $25,000. I need to know when that
Sure,
return is coming.
sure.
4 to 6 months.
totally reasonable.
Next month, right?
Will the audit be complete next month?
Yeah.
No, sir.
All right, 2 months.
Y'all did take IOU?
I just want
It
to hear
says
from
4
you.
to 6.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so within, I would say, we can start the audit within 6 weeks from today, if not maybe a month to 2. I'm not entirely sure.
First of the year then, because you ain't anything done during Christmas.
I would say first of the year.
Okay.
It's when we'll like officially start our audit. And I will also confidently say that the 4 to 6 month call out on that slide is a very conservative number. We're also taking a lot of measures to make that process much more efficient and time effective. So without saying a strict number, it will be less than that.
Are you willing to change your agreement because it says 18 months?
The
original.
It says completion of development deliverables 18 months after execution of this development agreement.
Interesting.
Now, is that the, sorry,
I don't know.
is that the completion of the whole project?
To be completely, no, that's, are you
No,
saying?
this is just their investment grade audit agreement. This doesn't cover any installation of anything.
18 months.
So from 4 to 6 months to 18 months.
That needs to be changed.
18, it says 18 months.
Actually, he don't know.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yikes, it'll be well below that.
That's my question. Are you willing to change your agreement to say 6 months?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And if it's not done in 6 months, we get our money back.
That's right.
We don't pay.
Who made the motion? Alderman Dupree? Who made that motion? 6 months, is that all right with you?
I would like to see it sooner.
Okay, but your motion is 6 months. Your second.
Well, I guess we have to go back because if my motion is for this, what Billy just read, and I need to go back and say 6 months
Yes, sir.
instead of the contract, and it's contingent to him doing the 6 months.
Okay.
Not to exceed.
So in other words, for the audit to be completed within 6 months.
Right.
That's your motion,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. We have a motion, we have a second. Roll call, please, Mr. Jim.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree. Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Geis. Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Aye. Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Thank you, Mr. Eric.
Thank y'all so
Have a
much.
good Thanksgiving.
Oh, you do the same thing.
Letter D.
Appreciate you, bud.
All right, you know, the election's coming up. According to Mr. Bob Barber, gave us, we're gonna have to do a little change in 2 of the wards. One ward's a little heavy, one ward's a little light. 4 is a little heavy, no, 4 is a little light, 6 is a little heavy. Somebody else have to say that, Mr. Baxter, I can't read it.
Yeah, I'm gonna play Bob Barber tonight, Mayor, and I even brought my laser.
You need to get a haircut.
Oh, boy.
Like Bob has, so it's not gonna show up on that screen. That's disappointing.
Cut off some of these lights.
We can see it.
We saw it.
But anyway, we have to do this after every census. We didn't do it for the 21 election because COVID delayed the census numbers until the summer of 2021 after the last election. But we need to do it, at least take a look at it and do it before the 2025 elections. And the reason, Horn Lake didn't grow much between 2010 and 2020, but it grew a little bit. So the total population is shown there is 26,736. This number right here. So Bob uses the term districts. Pretend that says wards. So those are the populations for each ward shown in that total column right there. The ideal population for each ward is 4,456. So you can see how each ward, that column says deviation from average. Ward 1 is 192 over the ideal population, and 2 is 190 below, and so on. So you can see Ward 6 is 529 above, Ward 4 is 405 below. Then the next column over, you have percentages of deviation from the average. And the standard is you need to be below 10% total deviation. And total deviation is adding the largest negative number to the largest positive number. So you'll see Ward 4 is negative 9.09 and Ward 6 is positive 11.87. So when you add those together, I think you get 20.96%. So that's a little above 10%. So we need to switch some population out of Ward 6 into Ward 4 in order to get that number down below 10% total. So go to the next slide, Jim. So this is our existing ward map. And this is, Ward 6 is the big ward out here on the west, and Ward 4 is right there in the middle. So in order to switch the population, it's obviously got to be contiguous or adjacent to each other. So in other words, we can't come pull some people out of a cold place or Twin Lakes and put them in Ward 4 and create a Ward 4 island out here. So we've got to find a place contiguous to Ward 4 that's in Ward 6 to try to put population in there to bring that total deviation down. So what we looked at, what Bob and I looked at was potentially carving out what I've sort of highlighted in yellow here from Ward 6, which is Shadow Oaks and part of Ravenwood. So it's everything east of Manchester Drive, north of Ravenwood Drive, and putting that over into Ward 4. That's 139 households, probably about 400 persons total. And once you make that transfer from Ward 4 into Ward 6, then those total deviations come down to below 10%. So that's what we looked at. We did meet with Dave and Robbie yesterday about this, since it affected their wards, just to talk through them about it. And tonight we wanted to present it to the whole board and at least ask you to consider granting preliminary approval for this and then setting a public hearing for it for the next board meeting.
I'll make the motion to do it.
Well, Dean, that question.
Question is now, I mean, we're talking about population, but what about the ethnicity?
Yeah, I don't have, I'm glad you asked that. I didn't bring all the data yet for that because Bob is still working on that. I should have that at the public hearing. We did look at most of that section there, and it doesn't change the black and white population percentage. It changes it by less than 1%.
Okay.
And I think when he looks at all of it, it'll still be less than 1%. So I don't think it affects any.
It was almost even.
Yeah, it's all.
That's good.
Yeah, black and white are evenly distributed in that area, it seems like.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Billy? All right, we have a motion by Alderman Dupree. We have a second. Second by Alderman Young. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Boston.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Mr. Billy.
Mr. Mayor, before we leave this discussion, one of the other things that we're going to need to do as far as elections go is the Ward 1 polling location is now currently Goodman Road Baptist Church. And it's been that way since 2008, I think. apparently a couple of years ago, they decided they didn't want to let their church be a polling location anymore. So we've got to come up with a new polling location for Ward 1 and make that change when we do make this redistricting change. AJ reached out to, is it Berea Baptist
Yes.
Church? Did I pronounce that correctly? They are willing to allow their church to be used as a polling location. So that's on the north side of Goodman, kind of west of Hilltop Trailer Park. So unless somebody has another good option that you want us to consider.
What I was gonna suggest.
Okay.
Well, I would like to throw out, us to entertain and moving one of the wards out of the
City
hall and moving it to the library.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
A lot of traffic.
Yeah, cause I'm telling you, what you run into is people getting the wrong lines. Sometimes they, with the new poll books, they correct it pretty quick. But every now and then, you know, they make them do an affidavit, and they should have just been over here in this other ward.
I wonder how the library will work in the library.
No, they're awesome to work with. Yes.
Is there another polling place in the county that the library is the polling place?
Residential. It's only
Pardon?
federal. Yeah.
Yeah,
Those
well,
city elections are at the library.
That's right. What,
Only federal.
we use, county and
County, state, and federal.
and
Right.
federal.
There's no city, all the city is, 3 and 4 is done here.
But they have no problem, I guarantee you, they won't have no problem moving it there. Well, you got a problem with possibly moving it? I don't know which one we'd wanna move, you know, cause you.
I don't see a point in moving it.
I don't either. I don't see a point in it. I mean, we're already gonna confuse people here.
I mean, I had people call me, they're like, where do I vote? I said, city hall, anything else, the library.
Yeah.
It's pretty easy.
Let's clear up about, what ward is this? Oh,
Sorry?
what ward is buried?
That's going to be Ward 1.
All right, let's clear that up, then we'll get over to that one. We'll get intertwined.
Gotcha.
Alderman Geis, is that a,
Yes, sir, that was one of the places I recommended today when Ms. Linville called.
thank you for checking on that, sir.
Yes.
Do we have to have a vote on that?
No, sir. We'll include that in our new ordinance establishing ward lines. It'll also list all the polling locations.
We'll need to put that in about the difference in the ward lines and the polling. We need to run an information.
Yes, sir. I've already drafted that and got it to Jim. He's already got it in the newspaper to run for Thursday and next Thursday.
Thank you, Radar. Remember from MASH, he was always a step ahead. Okay, Alderman Cloud wanted to discuss moving one of the polling places out of here. Is anybody interested in doing that?
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it being right. That's confusing.
All right.
I don't know
Set
here.
up a
I don't
place
know.
over there to.
Okay, you can always bring it back up.
Yeah.
All right, letter E, do we have a motion? Because, we've had a lot of complaints about this company.
Mayor, can we just put E and F together?
That's what I was gonna ask. Can I make a motion to approve E and F together, Bill? Tell it to us.
You can do it together. We're going to show them separately
Okay.
since one's a termination. That doesn't need to be included with an approval.
Okay, so you, Alderman Bostic, did you make the motion?
Make a motion to approve, letter E and new business, to terminate the contract with Gilco, and letter F to request approval to accept the premium bid for City Hall to James Road.
We have a motion by Alderman Bostic, a second by Alderman Bledsoe. Is there any discussion? Roll call, please.
No, ma'am. Discussion.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, sir.
I don't have a problem with E, but I do have a problem with F. That's almost $5,000 a month for 3 days a week, 4 to 5 days, hours per day. That's a lot of money. I understand that we gotta have the building clean. As I discussed with Mr. Jim, I'm totally disagreeing with $5,000 a month for a company to come in here for 3 days a week, 4 hours a day. Grass season is over. We had Public Works to come in to clean it. If I can ask,
I'm against it.
you are against it? Well, I am not in favor of paying $5,000 a month for a company to come in here 20 hours a week.
Mr. Box is opposed to this company.
No, those to public works coming back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But
How much are we paying this company that we're fixing to terminate?
24, half.
Oh, I'd have to go back.
Alderman Johnson.
No, I was just thinking, I'm also opposed to anybody else coming in. I want a professional to come in here, to do the job that they're being paid to do, and I want it done right. We have paid to get this facility upgraded, and we want to be sure that it stays in tip-top shape, and we want to, get the professionals to do their jobs. So that's one thing that I did want to comment on, but I don't agree necessarily with this amount, since we're paying this other company a cheaper amount, but you pay for what you get too, so.
Amen.
Alderman Klein.
So comparing apples to apples, are we asking this new company to do additional over what the old company was doing?
No, apples to apples, every group that I had come in had the same checklist and the same items, and they all bid on the same thing. And I can tell you, and the department heads that are housed here could speak to it too, that the company we have, like today, their supervisor, this is not a normal working day. Their supervisor came back because I sent him pictures of things that they missed again, that they miss every week.
Yep.
They're not doing the things on the checklist, and they're missing them every week. They left all the garbage cans full out front, and it was court day. So he came back because I told him they're going to be throwing it on the ground because there's nowhere to put garbage. So, yeah, they bid on the same things, but you get what you pay for. They were not doing half the stuff on the list. So,
Was there any other company that bid on this?
I did have another bid. Well, I never got his bid, but he told me it was going to be around this amount, which was higher than JanPro, but he was he was wanting me to disclose some other information, and I don't work that way, so I didn't get his bid. But he was saying it was going to be higher than JanPro, so I would have had three, and JanPro would have been in the middle.
Alderman Guys.
How many people is this a day working?
It's two.
Two?
Yes.
And are they providing product, cleaning products and that type of stuff?
No, we're keeping our same products that Public Works is been ordering all this time. So
just strictly labor?
Yes.
Wow.
So I guess the question would be, would it be more expensive or cheaper to hire two people ourselves?
Just curious. It's much more expensive.
No.
Insurance
I did
and
this for
everything.
a while when I was younger. It did not cost $5,000. I did office buildings. It was like $1,000 a month for a whole complex. But of course, that was 20 years ago.
And now we're talking. One person working 5 days a week, could they do all the work?
Yeah, and we kind of talked about that. I mean, we could entertain.
This, my math's right, that's $60,000 a year. I know we got benefits and stuff, but, one person working 5 days a week, could they, you don't want to overwhelm them, and not be able to do it, but, just question there.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I can tell you the we had conversations when we were coming back from a meeting today about our sanitation group and the workforce that is out there, or the lacking workforce that is out there. Yeah, we could end up hiring somebody. I don't know how long it would take to hire and train somebody. If the board chooses, we could do that. The board could choose, we hire them, and the same time we'd be looking for somebody. Because if you terminate one, it may take us 2 months to find a quality person and train.
Alderman Young.
But on following up on what Mr. Geist just said, if we hired a person and paid them, and I'm just using $15 a month, $15 an hour, be $2,598 a month. And double that because you're gonna pay PERS, you're gonna pay insurance, you're gonna pay all this other stuff. You're $5,196 a month before any kind of workman's comp.
Why can't we just hire them on contract like?
More professional.
Sir.
I did the math on that real quick.
You did something I did.
Well, just figuring it out, they're getting paid $25 an hour. That's before taxes. We're not paying any benefits or anything. These guys, to get quality work, you're gonna have to pay quality pay.
That's right.
You wanna get $15 hours, you're gonna get $15 an hour.
Yeah, you won't pay anybody for that.
But that average, that came out to $25.75 an hour per employee.
Yeah.
And you got 2 of them.
Yeah.
They're making, $100, $200 a day, whatever it is. So,
How much is that employee making?
he just figured on that.
No, the employee working for this janitorial company.
Well,
I guarantee you they aren't getting paid
Doing it.
25.
No, as I said, they're not, what this figure right here is showing the 2 people at $25 an hour. I don't know what the company pays them.
So, when you're talking about quality, just like owning a security company,
Yeah.
I make $32 an hour doing what I do, but the company that employs me is clearly making a lot more than what I'm making. So, if they're hiring, we're paying a janitorial company $25 an hour, they got an overhead in there and all that
Sure.
stuff. So then that employee's probably making close to minimum wage.
Probably making 15.
That's why somebody's not cleaning the garbage out here. They don't care. They're barely making money to go in. They can't even pay their rent off of that employment, so they don't care.
We're not signing a long-term
That's-
agreement with them.
That's kind of like Vampire used to
30
be.
days.
Yeah.
They pay you the company pay you $250, but they charge you $10.
That's normal
Yeah.
business.
Just one more.
Jim?
It's 30 day termination notice, if we don't like it.
Well, we can
Mr.
try
Jim.
this, and if it doesn't work.
Yes, sir.
How many days a week does, Gilco come in here? 3 days a week?
3 days a week.
We
And
didn't pay the light
Andrew,
bill.
your head is,
3 days a week?
Fair out of that.
All right, they work how many hours?
well, when I met with the supervisor, they were saying 4 to 5 hours, but this group, well, the one person he let go, you would be lucky to see him here for an hour and a half. And then he was cutting out and not getting everything done, and that's why he was let go. So.
Just
All
one
right, let's
question.
let the ladies go.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Alderman Johnson.
Is there a process for them to sign in and sign out so that somebody can record the time that they spend here? Is it just come and go how you please?
Well, their supervisor stated that they would be doing that. So I can't really, it's not working with Gilco. I can tell you that JanPro is a national company, and I mean, they're all over the country, and they have a lot stricter guidelines. If day one we don't like their crew, we say we want another crew. They get another crew in, and it won't be as being the national company. They are a lot stricter. They do have a lot more stringent hiring process and vetting process and training process. When I went through the bid process, they did talk about their company, and it was in that packet, kind of their process. Obviously, we went with the cheaper bid the first time, and again, like you said, you pay what you get what you pay for. So,
Alderman Young.
I just make a motion to go ahead and.
we have
We
a,
already have a
we have a motion and a second.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right.
I just want to, how much are we paying each month for cleaning products for this other company to use to clean our own building?
I would have
They're
to
all together.
go look and see. Kelsey orders everything. She orders our chemicals and everything that fits our dispensers. So it was easier to do that and use our own cleaning products. Now, JanPro may want to, they may want to do something differently. They may want to use their own because they bragged about the chemicals and the products that they use are better than what other companies use on the market.
So you're saying this price right here?
At our
include
price,
chemicals?
right.
Yes, they may want to use their own products, which
See,
would
that's a little better.
Yes.
which would eliminate us ordering so much. So
It shouldn't have been too much in chemicals and cleaning supplies if you wasn't
They don't
showing
use
up.
them,
That's
right.
right, that's right.
Exactly.
Any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein,
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe, Alderman Geis, Alderman Foster, Alderman Johnson,
Aye.
Alderman Dupree,
Nay.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Motion carries, 6 in favor, 1 opposed. All right. We are down to number 7, citizens' remarks. Do we have any?
No, we do not.
All right. My mayor correspondence is to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. Be careful if you're taking a trip or if you have a company. I hope they get in safe and sound. And remember, this is a day to give thanks, but we are truly blessed. Look at the Ukraine, look at other countries around the world. We are truly blessed in this great nation and as individuals. So if you do take a trip, be careful. And again, being repetitious, I hope your company gets in safe and sound. And again, congratulations to Chief Limble, being the man of the year. Way to go, boy. All right. Now, Alderman Klein, do you have anything?
Just ditto, what you said.
Alderman Dupree, you have anything?
No, sir, thank you.
Alderman Young.
Yes, sir. I want to personally thank the Parks Department and Public Works, every police department and the fire department, for everything they did to make that rodeo a success. It was cold. We did it anyway. It was muddy. We did it anyway. There was guacamole flying everywhere, and that's okay. We had a great time. If you didn't show up, you missed something good. It was a good time. Grant was there. He's one of our sponsors. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you. Thank you, Miss Heather and the Optimist Club for what they did. And Tommy and Robbie were great on the committee. Robbie didn't do nothing but eat hamburgers and hot dogs.
That's all right.
But I just want to thank everybody that came out. And happy Thanksgiving to everybody, and don't eat too much, and if you do, you look like me.
Well, it was a wonderful event. Thank you on the committee. Thank all the department heads, all the staff that helped, and the citizens for coming out. It was, I went out there Friday night, and it was fun. Alderman Bledsoe, you have anything?
I just want to say the same thing he did, and if you ever worked in the mud, we were there.
We were there.
You ever seen a horse trailer about 20 foot, 1,000 foot long, get stuck, and you try to get him out with a golf cart? It ain't easy.
I had to jump on their tractor, on their John Deere, and pull them on up to where they wasn't
So
stuck.
there's anything wrong with the tractors, that's all.
Now Drew's got a lot of work to do. He's got to disc that whole field up and get nice and level again.
It's a mess. It was fun.
Plant something down there while it's all disc it up.
but it smells like
Hey,
cow.
well, I think we ought to put some greens out there or something.
Greens, the corn, put them out. Alderman Guy, you have anything, sir?
No, sir.
Alderman Bostic, you have anything?
No, sir.
Alderman Johnson?
Happy Thanksgiving to everyone.
All right. All right. Going through, we're gonna go down through our department heads. If you have any questions or comments for each one of them, please let me know. Chief Level, you have anything for the board, sir?
I just go back on everybody else. Thank you for voting for me. If you did, I still won. And then
You ain't right.
also on the Thanksgiving and holiday season, everybody just be safe. It's that season, and we've already had one kitchen fire last weekend, so it was a cooking fire, but it is that season, so everybody be safe with space heaters and turkey fryers, anything you cook with, be careful. Fireplaces, heaters, space heaters. It is that time of year, so everybody try to be safe with those and be happy holidays.
Thank you. Anybody have a question for Chief? Mr. Box, you have anything for the board?
Just happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Just come Thanksgiving. I don't have
Anybody? Alderman Bledsoe?
One thing, down on Church Road, there's a bump that we need to get fixed right near Ridge Top.
I'm talking to Vince about that just now.
I have a man complaining about it, he's sitting right there.
Trying to see when that street will be paved versus me spending money,
Well,
if it's gonna be paved.
You're talking about a couple of years, we can't wait that long.
Sir?
When you come into the parking lot, off 2 lanes, there's a hole. You fill that hole in, the hole.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I think I hit that. Yeah.
Alderman
Already
Young?
been filled.
What do we have to do to get Meridian Waste to do their job?
I was talking to Rodney about that today, about our complaints. They've kind of gone up since since.
I'll give you my phone tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm getting calls too.
They're terrible.
Yeah.
They're terrible.
I don't know.
As long as I know you're aware of it, but. Sir?
For those who don't know.
They must be working with Gilco.
That's our garbage company we're having to deal with.
God, they're all.
We did, the board did not contract with them originally. They contracted with ADSI, then ADSI turned around Meridian turned around and bought ADSI. Chief, you have anything for the board?
Yes, sir, Mayor. We're taking applications for our first Citizens Police Academy. So it starts in January, and you just have to be over 21 if you know anyone who wants to do it. The class will be on Thursday evenings, and we're capping it at 15. So the applications are either on our Facebook page, or they're in the reception office, or I have some tonight.
That's awesome.
So if you know of anybody that wants to do it, please pass it along.
What exactly does it entail?
They'll do, so Scott Brown is running it, so, there, on Thursday nights, there will be classes put on by our SWAT team, our K-9 unit, they'll be introduced to our drones, criminal investigations, special operations, dispatch, he's got a field trip down to the jails, so, administration, so.
It just shows how the police department works.
Yes, sir.
You don't get to shoot no gun.
No, sir. You'll get shot in the face.
Anybody have any questions for Chief? Alderman Johnson?
How many weeks will this class run?
It'll be 8 weeks, and on the 8th week, if it's okay, we'll do sort of a graduation, at the board meeting, just to kind of, very quick, just introduction of who all participated.
Okay, another question?
Yes, ma'am.
What are your goals with this?
We're hoping to build a relationship with the community and open up more transparency with what the police department does and more support. We've got great support from the community, but just more, just the unknowns. We get tons of questions that people just don't know, and really just see the inside of our building, meet our officers, and bridge that gap between the two that's, just has needed to be done.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for that.
Well, y'all want to compliment you, Chief, and the members of the department. They're interacting more with our citizens, like the fire department personnel does, and all the other departments. They're really getting out there. Mr. Andrew, you got anything for the board? Oh, excuse me, Alderman Dupree.
I want to thank the chief for having more police presence in Ward 6. They even had a couple of cars pulled over. I've never seen that before. And I'm glad.
Good job.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hockenson, you have anything?
No, sir.
Anybody have any questions, comments? Moving on around, Mr. Glenn, you got anything for the board?
Sure. For the month, we took in 43 animals. That's gonna be 41 dogs, 2 cats. 28 of them were running at large, 7 of them were on surrenders, 4 of them were returned, and 4 were abandoned. Our outcome totals were 46, so we did get out more than we took in. That was
Great.
21 adopted. This is the second month we've got out more than we took in.
That's awesome.
Adopted 21, fostered to adopt 9. We've returned 10 dogs for our owners. And then we've had a couple of euthanasias, behavior, quality of life, and we had 2 kittens die in kennel. Folks, if you remember around November 10th, we had a torrential rainstorm that came by. And I wanted to just bring to the board's attention that we have a lot of dogs that are outside in our play yards, and some, kennels that were erected. Those kennels were poorly designed, and I'm sure that they did their jobs back when they were put up, but because of wear and tear, we have some severe flooding that's happening back there, so the dogs are no longer comfortable being back there. So we are having to remove those kennels, and set up pop-up kennels inside the buildings. So our population is not huge right now. It's not way as high as it's been. But we do have to remove those kennels because the quality of life, and anyone that came in and took a picture of that would probably say that we are not treating our animals respectfully. So I am removing those kennels as we speak, as they empty out, and we will no longer put dogs back there as winter is coming. It is just not a good practice for us. I also want to give you good news, and the good news is that for the year, we have already taken in a total of $10,190.
Wow.
So we have already gotten halfway through what we made last year. On average, it's looking like we may be pulling in about $3,000 to $4,000 a month. So that's going to be awesome for us. That's going to put us at approximately $30,000 to $40,000 this year that we can bring in. So we're on an incline, a trajectory where we're just bringing in more money as months go by. Also, we have with the microchipping, now I can unveil what the project really is, which is to have a 5-year plan to get most of the dogs in Horn Lake microchipped. A lot of the dogs that came to the Horn Lake Animal Shelter were repeat offenders, and there was not enough historical data to return those dogs. And on average, we spend almost $2,000 per dog a year, which equates to about $184,000. And this is just dogs annually. So with the microchipping system, we were able to get dogs in and right back out to their homes, as the city ordinances say, that once we contact an owner, it is illegal for them to leave the dogs at the animal shelter. So we've set up a lot of different programs. I've heard a lot today about citizens and the financial status of our country, just of the town. So we've set up a lot of programs that are helping the citizens once they get their dogs back to maintain them by offering a lot of different low-cost services. So I think that pretty much covers it. We'll be on WREG this Wednesday. We have another event at Hollywood Feed this Sunday, and I was an elf last Saturday dancing on the truck. Thanks for seeing my shame. So we are still doing good. All of our numbers are still going in the right direction. We're going to continue increases that are going to range between 20 and 50% year over year, based off of what we're looking at so far.
Great job, great job. Anybody have any questions or comments? Miss Belinda, you think you're hiding out there, but do you have anything for the board? Good try, Miss. There's plenty of empty seats in here, Miss Belinda.
Oh, Texas Roadhouse too. The 27th, the day before Thanksgiving, we'll be at a fundraiser at Texas Roadhouse one more time.
That's right. They got to have the flyer off of the computer, don't they?
Yes.
Miss Sonia, you raised that, didn't you?
Mm-hmm. Well,
Good deal.
it was a joint.
Both of y'all, thank you. I already got mine run off. The shelter gets 10% of what you spend up there, from 3 to 11.
Copy of that now.
3 to 11. Miss Belinda, did you have a report for the board?
Yes, sir.
Anybody have any questions or comments for Miss Belinda? Alderman Dupree.
cars. It is well deserved to be tagged.
All right, Mr. Josephus, you got anything for the board?
That's all, I don't think anything.
When are you gonna construct the handicap playground stuff?
As soon as it gets dry, they're gonna pour that slab and get it rolling, so we've got all the equipment over there, we just need the concrete and I'll do the playground.
Anybody have any questions, Mr. Drew? Great job at the rodeo too. All right. Mr. Vance, did you have anything, sir?
Mayor, just, keep you updated on our projects here. The street project we got, maintenance, management, street management program we got going on, basically they're about 70% complete with that contract now. I think they're over an Angel Drive right now, and the only streets they lack, I think, are in Twin Oaks. There's about 4 or 5 streets in there that they lack, and one at Cohay. That's the only streets lacking. So they're moving along pretty good. They're, like I said, 70%. Their time is up in June, so they're doing really well as far as progress on that side. As you know, we just had a pre-construction conference on one of the water treatment plants, which was Holly Hill. And basically, on all these treatment plants, we got 3 that we're going to be rehabbing. We're taking out, all the old major equipment out each one of them, all the duct tape and the baling wire, taking all that out, putting in new equipment. So we're opening bids on. We had a pre-construction on Holly Hills last Thursday. We're going to open bids on Hurt Road this Thursday, and we'll open bids on Meadowbrook next Tuesday. So that'll be all 3 of those projects, all 3 of those water treatment plants will be under construction here in the next few months. Now, the thing is, it takes about 4 or 5 months to get all the equipment in before they can really start on them. So it'll be a little while before you actually see construction going, but the contract will be obligated by the end of this year. All of it. The other one is the lift stations. We're going to actually open bids on those Monday. So we're opening 3 bids in the next 4 days, so next 4 work days. So we'll have all those ARPA projects underway and going by the end of the year. And hopefully, Stephen said all the time he'll gain from all this new equipment, having to patch things up. And he said he probably would come up here in the morning, do a little cleaning and dusting.
Himself.
Ask me to email it.
That's all I have, Mayor.
Anybody have any questions, Mr. Alderman Geis?
Could you check in Holly, you mentioned Holly Hills, check the roads in there, particularly toward the back. A lot of them are starting to degrade and fall apart.
Holly Hills,
yes, sir. That's an older subdivision, and
I don't think we've done a road in there yet.
no, not one road yet.
Yeah.
It's definitely, I don't know how I know it was evaluated, but it's obviously changed.
Well, and that's another thing I was gonna say, that we, this next round of street projects, we're gonna actually do the ARAN.
Again,
yeah. And yeah, there's the list of projects or streets that are coming up. But we're gonna do the ARAN again, so we'll define what conditions the street are in, and they'll give us more data. So hopefully it'll tell us what we've done, to date, and kind of how much we've improved our streets.
It's definitely, a lot of them are starting to look really bad.
Yeah. And as you know, case in point, it's not the worst first. It's
Yes, sir.
I've
I've explained that. It's a mixture to fit within the budget.
Alderman Bledsoe, you had something.
Yes, you heard anything more about my deal on 2 million?
Yeah, I told you, we got, the contractor's attention when Billy wrote that letter. And, he said that he has contacted an asphalt guy and that he has him scheduled, for the middle of this month. So I called him and checked with him. He said that, he does have the guy still lined up, but he's trying to get it finalized for when the date is. So,
Thank you.
Mr. Campbell, do you have anything for the board?
I don't, Mr. Mayor, but it's 9:28, so we probably need to extend.
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Alderman Bostic. Do we have a second? Second, Alderman Young. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe.
Aye.
Alderman Geis. Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Young.
All right.
Motion carries, 7 in favor, none opposed.
Maybe before you go, I think Alderman Boston, didn't you ask for this in the street?
Yes.
Okay, if you go to the top, just real quick, what that is that's the beginning and ending terminal on the second, third column. So that's the street names that we're gonna be working on are over there on the left. Right. And this is the beginning and ending.
He just sent it to all of us. I appreciate you getting that together.
Yeah. And
I'll call you again.
Yes, I'll make sure everybody else gets it. It's Jim and Art sent out.
He just sent it out.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
All right. Sir. Oh, I forgot, Mr. Jim, I forgot.
Oh, sorry. It's probably gonna be more than, I went ahead and completed the, you might have an extra there.
I had mine in the office.
Okay. I did complete the sales tax report for the year, and you can see for the year, we had a really good year based on the difference. If you see the difference from last year, we had a lot of red where we didn't make what we made the year before. But this year, we only had 1 month, which was June, that we didn't surpass what we did the year before. So total sales tax for 2024, you'll see there was $7,669,408, which was over $250,000 more than it was last year, $250,463. So it is an improvement over last year. And if you factor in what comes out of our sales tax for our drinking water loans, we actually made $7,825,120. But we have drinking water loans still that are being paid for out of sales tax. That's where those last two rows come into effect. But what we actually can operate with is there in yellow. So we did have a good year. Hopefully this next year will be just as good in sales tax. But I did want to share that final report of sales tax for the year.
Thank you, sir. Anybody have any questions, Mr. Jim? Alderman Johnson?
Oh, no, sir.
Oh, all right.
Good news.
Next thing is executive session. Do we have a motion to go into closed determination? Motion by Alderman Bostic, second by Alderman Dupree. Any discussion? Roll call, please, Mr. Jim.
Alderman Young.
Aye.
Alderman Dupree.
Aye.
Alderman Johnson.
Aye.
Alderman Bostic.
Aye.
Alderman Geis.
Aye.
Alderman Bledsoe. Alderman Klein.
Aye.
Motion carries 7 in favor, none opposed. Alderman, I think the only department head we really need to see is Mr. Hawkinsmith, isn't it? The rest of the aldermen, department heads go on.
You know why?
Good night, be careful. Happy Thanksgiving to all of y'all. Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. See you later. Have a good one. Thank you.
Which one?
Spring.
Oh,